Welcome to the Jaybefaunt channel. I am your host, James Fauntleroy. So good to see all of you here live with me. Today is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. Good to have all of you joining. Just let you guys know that the Jaybefaunt channel is also part of Revolutionary Blackout Network. So you can find me there for the JB show on Sundays, for the Savvy and JB show every single Thursday. But we're also going to be doing the round table this Thursday, so you guys get to see that as well. So thank you very much. By the way, if you guys have not already, go ahead and give a like to the stream. This helps me out to be able to reach more people, to inform, inspire, encourage, and activate, and also to be able to just have a conversation. So thank you very much for everybody for joining in and liking on your way in. If you guys want to wait till you like on your way out, that's fine too. All right. If you guys have not already, you guys can join my Substack at jaybefaunt.substack.com. This gives you email notifications whenever I go live, upload clips, or any articles I write. So you guys have that there, just like you did today. And also, if you guys would like to have any reactions from me, video reactions, you guys can also submit that through QBounty at qbounty.com/Jaybefaunt. I also do reactions to videos and things like that too. So you guys have that there. So good to see all of you guys joining in. And of course, as I always do, whenever I have a guest, I like to say my salutations and hellos to everybody in the chat till afterwards. So I'm going to say a big hello to every single person. But what are we talking about today? Well, we have 4 segments today. This is going to be a big show that we're going to be covering today, and I cannot wait to go over it. So later in the show today, we're going to be talking about the big story that happened over the weekend with Iran being struck by the United States. And now Donald Trump is all over the place. So we're going to be getting into that a little bit later as well. Then towards the middle of the show, we're going to be talking about Harvard actually in its dealings with chattel slavery. This is going to be a very interesting subject because I know that some people have already covered this subject, but some new news that just came out that I think is really relevant to this conversation. And so really, when it comes to these Ivy League schools and its dealings with chattel slavery, I think that is a very important topic to cover. So we will be getting into that a little bit later. Also, I'll be having on Kit Cabello from Heartlands Media a little bit later towards the middle of the show as well. We're going to be discussing about which healthcare is best. Medicare for all, Tricare for all, which one would actually benefit us Americans the best. So we're going to be getting into that conversation. But first, we're going to be getting the conversation with Dr. Rudolph Butch Ware, who is running for California governor. I would like to introduce my guest. We have Butch Ware for governor here. He is an activist, advocate, and as well as a professor. Dr. Butch Ware, good to have you finally on the channel.
Good to be with you, brother. It's an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you so very much. And, I hope you guys are staying cool out there. It has been a squelcher, especially here in Florida. Florida is basically the hot, muggy, wet cousin of California.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it's one of the things that I love about Santa Barbara is we're pretty much between 65 and 80 the whole year around. So we don't really have seasons like that. But that's guaranteed to change, since the earth is, warming at the, fastest rate in recorded history, so yeah, ecological crisis is going to turn California into Florida sooner than later if we don't act soon. So
I hope not.
Yeah, I've been hearing from my folk on the East Coast that y'all are getting that, good old fashioned humidity to go with the heat as well. So.
Yeah. I'm so glad I do not have a perm like some pimps back in the day, because I was coming out with a bro. I tell you, you would not be able to call me a pimp lane slipback. You know what I'm saying?
I feel targeted by that just because the curls aren't holding quite as well together as today as they have on some days. But it is what it is, humidity or not. I got no excuses. But yeah, and I love the Boondocks reference right there. That's outstanding.
Yeah. Look, bro, just some activator gel and you'll be fine. Uh, or some S curl, whichever one, the red and gold bottle.
Just let your soul glow. That's the
Just let
feeling oh so silky
Reminds me
smooth.
of the time when I actually was talking to my mom, and she was talking to me because I never got to meet my father, and she said, and I was like, "What did my father look like?" She goes, "Yeah, when I met him, he had a Jerry curl." I'm like, "Oh Lord." So that's a little.
For the record, this is just natural curls. I've never done the Jerry curl, but I've been accused of it many times. So
Yeah, I probably would have had it back in the day, knowing
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, I probably would have had it.
Keep it
I
real.
probably would have been up in here looking like Ice Cube. Anyway. So, of course, one of the things that I want to do is I want to start off because this is a very policy heavy conversation we're going to be having. One of my first questions in regards to your candidacy is I was looking on your website and I didn't see a policy page just yet.
Yep.
Is that going to be forthcoming soon?
Yeah, the policy page is actually dropping. What are we today? The 24th. It'll be up probably by the end of the week, if not that by the end of the month. So
Okay.
we've got a team of researchers that are actually working with the people that are doing the kind of cutting edge activist and legislative work inside the state of California.
Okay.
The goal behind the policy page is to not reinvent the wheel. It is to connect with the people that have been engaging with substantive change in all of the areas that are of most concern for us as a campaign. So we've got principles that we're standing on the platform, but when it comes to like the actual policies and the quickest path to policies that are actually going to ameliorate conditions for Californians, we're
Okay.
leaning on our allies, friends, and comrades that are actually doing the work rather than trying to reinvent the wheel ourselves. And that I will say just with one thing on that, that's also part of an overall vision and philosophy of the campaign is that so my own belief is that the role of a revolutionary political party in a revolutionary social movement is that you're supposed to be able to help people move from mobilizing to organizing. You're supposed to be an instrument in the hands of people who are doing mobilization around specific issues so that you can bring together synergy and help connect folks. So we have the same approach to mutual aid and direct action that we have towards policy. We're seeking out those folks that are already doing the work on the ground. And instead of saying, hey, we have this convergence of interest, there's this thing that you're working on, and this is also part of our platform, vote for us. That's not, that's like an instrumentalist, colonialist utilization of people's organizing efforts. What I believe in personally is putting the campaign and the party in the service of the people that are actually doing the liberation work on the ground, amplifying their efforts, serving as a force multiplier, and help connecting them with other folks that are doing related work but might not be in connection.
Gotcha. Thank you so very much. So this brings me to my first question that I wanted to do regarding policy. So California was on the process of building more high-speed rail in the state, but the Trump administration had cut federal funding for the project. What ways do you intend to work around the lack of federal funding, and what about assisting local municipalities with their public transit issues?
Yeah. So what's at root of the how would I put it? You could call it a boondoggle. You could call it, stalled effort, towards transforming, the transportation environment in the state of California. The first thing is just to diagnose what's at the root of the problem before we get to the solution. What's at the root of the problem is that the Democrat establishment inside the state has put forth a bunch of different kinds of progressive programs. We'll probably also get to this when we talk about healthcare. But instead of actually implementing those in a straightforward way that's going to utilize taxpayer resources effectively, they essentially use the state till as a trough from which they hand out goodies to their developer buddies and particular contractors so that the process is always expensive, the process is always slow, the process is always corrupt. The first thing the first part of the remedy of that is to stop treating the state budget like you're a mafia organization and that you have a patronage network that you are trying to feed through all of your activities. And this is going to be a consistent theme with the Dems. So then how do you do this? Aside from, essentially not using this to build a political patronage network, the answer is exactly, as you suggest. First of all, to try to provide relevant resources to local communities that are doing the work, the same philosophy that's already behind the campaign. And then the second part of it, and let's just be blunt about this, is that the billionaires are going to have to pay their share. we're going to have to transform the tax environment in some fundamental ways in order to be able to get public works done of all kinds. And
Mhm.
there's been a lot made of the fact, I've seen a number of folks saying, well, California is the fourth largest economy in the world. Technically, if the 50 states were all separate republics, California would actually be the third largest economy in the world. When it's counted as fourth, they're including the United States as as number one. If the United States was split into 50 separate states, California would be the third largest economy in the world. However, it is also the state that has the greatest wealth inequality of any of the 50 states. It surpasses even New York State in its wealth inequality. We have 186 billionaires inside the state of California, and 182,000 people sleep on the streets every night. So just by increasing state taxes by 2%, 3% on those 186 billionaires, and then by making more prudent decisions about how you marshal the state's resources, the taxpayers' resources, rather than just using it as a till from which you can hand out payouts to your buddies, you can get a lot of the work done, including reinvigorating and actually getting the process of high-speed rail. I was talking about this at an event the other day where I had to drive 5.5 hours, from Santa Barbara to NorCal, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. We need to have a train that will do this for us.
Yeah, one of the things that I think about is especially the high-speed rail in countries like Japan and China. Namely, China has thousands and thousands of miles of high-speed rail
Yep.
that can get you from one place to another. And I'm just thinking about high-speed rail that can go the length of California. I mean, imagine being able to get from San Francisco to Los Angeles between in 4 to 6 hours. Would you take a train that took 4 to 6 hours to get you from Los Angeles to San Francisco?
And imagine the long-term ecological ramifications of actually having, functioning, high-quality publicly available transportation of that kind. It is the long-term solution to the climate crisis. It's not just pulling back from fossil fuels, but let's just be clear about this. There is not enough lithium in the planet. There is not enough lithium inside the planet to create battery replacements for all of the fossil fuels that we now currently consume. And our models for storage of a lot of that battery energy, those have ecological consequences. The most fundamental intervention that we can make is to make more sane decisions about transportation. I mean, for just this is a broader kind of philosophical component of it. But if you think about the fossil fuel industry, for example, depending on which study you read, it's between 30 and 40% of the fuel is literally just used to transport fuel. You use the petroleum to transport the petroleum to other places. Insanely wasteful. We
Yeah.
had at Moss Landing here inside the state of California a massive fire at one of these battery storage places, which is supposed to be greener energy, but no regulation of it. And so these are fires that literally cannot be extinguished with water. So you got people in Moss Landing waking up choking in the morning, a couple weeks after this. So the answer is actually in, insane policy. Sorry, it is in sane policy. It is to be found within sane policies. We'll put it that way. And just from personal experience, I lived in France on research leave for a number of years. Even France, which is not China for sure when it comes to public transportation, you can hop on the TGV, and instead of spending 9 hours driving from Paris to Marseille, you can be there in 3.5 hours. There is no reason why we should not be able to do that to go from Sacramento to LA.
Yeah, in fact, your campaign manager, Jason Call. Hey, Jason, good to see you. He said it would take 2 hours at high
Correct.
speed, so even
Correct.
faster than what I anticipated. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I also forgot to mention, as full disclosure, I am former co-press director for the Jill Stein Butch Ware 2024 campaign. So if anybody is wondering, yes, I was part of that campaign. Just want to have full disclosure there. But yes, yeah, that is also very impressive. I would definitely love to take that train. I don't know if you've seen videos of the high-speed rail in China, but the trains are state-of-the-art. To us, it's futuristic, but to them, it is modern.
Yeah, and I mean it's because in contradistinction to what a lot of folks think, about Chinese socialism or the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, if you listen to like Richard Wolff, accomplished economist, talk about this, essentially half of the economy in China is sort of driven by private market dynamics, and the other half is planned by the state to fill in all of those gaps that individual private profit incentives will never actually fill. And you can absolutely do something like that inside the state of California with targeted interventions into things that fulfill basic needs that are associated with the public good. China has the second highest number of millionaires on the planet. You can't say that it's impossible to accumulate, personal wealth inside such a system. But what China ain't got is billionaires that bleed the people dry.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. That's one thing that we definitely also have to get on to as well. One of my next questions that I want to get to is, according to the worldpopulationreview.com, California ranks 32nd in the nation for education in 2024. What are some ways in which you will increase education standards in the state, especially for underserved areas like Isla Vita, Orange Cove, Mendota, and larger municipalities like Los Angeles County? That's the first part of my question.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll start from the top and work down, because one of the first kind of policy platform pieces that we put into place was bring back free tuition higher education in the state of California.
Sure.
It's an easy fix. It's something that the state of California had for a long time. Essentially, Reagan was responsible for getting rid of it. And at the end of this, process, we have students accumulating massive amounts of student debt just to get through the system. It's actually like a huge break on economic development inside the state, and it's an easy fix. It's something that's incredibly popular. With respect to the way that we transform education from the ground up, let's just be clear about this. As long as our public education is directly tied to property taxes within local municipalities, the quote unquote American dream will be illusory for the overwhelming number of people that are born into low income communities. I was one of those people. My father had a 6th grade education. My mother was 15 years old, pregnant with me. They took me 45 minutes out of DC so that I could attend public schools in Silver Spring, Maryland, using a fake address, right? Yeah, and drop me off every day just so that like a minimal quality education would be something that was within reach. So as long as this is something that is strictly speaking tethered to the property tax base in particular municipalities, it is not solvable. It has to be solved with an overall state policy that is actually about orienting resources towards underserved and underprivileged communities. There have been, as we know, some extraordinary successes, especially with some Black and Latin and for that matter, indigenous charter schools in different locations. we definitely want to reinforce some of those efforts, but having robust, publicly funded public education is actually the most significant long-term investment we can make to leveling the wealth gap inside the state and to providing long-term opportunity. So that's one of the first places where that kind of redistributive function has to be at play. We have to be funneling resources to the communities because let me just be clear about this. I went to schools. I went to public school. My whole upbringing. The schools that I went to and the schools that we're sending kids to are not schools. They are built by the same people that build the private prisons. They are you go through oftentimes metal detectors to get into them. They are boxes that produce conformity, and the school to prison pipeline is real. So the one of the most fundamental interventions we can make in transforming the carceral state is to transform the educational environment.
Sure. Thank you so much. The second part of my question is about what about having a bigger push to have more vocational trade school education in the state to help build up your infrastructure?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that the team is looking at because there's actually a number of proposals about how to reorient education along those lines. It's definitely something that we're looking careful at. I will say this: I'm 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 optimistic, but I'm always cautious about Booker T. Washington style approaches. So, as a historian, the idea that we need, to teach underprivileged communities to be craftsmen and manual laborers and just teach trades and skills that can tend to reinforce some already extant class divisions inside the society. I want to make sure that people that are going to school, whether it's in Stockton, where my wife is from, or in Compton, are able to actually have access to education that allows them to maximize their human potential, not just their economic productivity. So yes, down with the program 100%. And at the same time, as a lifelong educator, I actually do believe that something is lost when we are just teaching people to work with their hands and just think about economic outcomes and not thinking about education as Paulo Freire put it, as a kind of pedagogy of the oppressed, as a way to teach people what liberation looks like and how to thrive in a free society.
Okay. Because one of the reasons why I asked that question is because we have a seemingly an oversaturation of college degrees, but an undersaturation of tradesmen,
Yep.
workers within this country. I also would think that there is a huge lack of women in these fields, especially when it comes to electricians, masons, carpentry, plumbing, things like that. And so I think that I'm the type of person where I think that we should do both.
Absolutely.
In regards to you can, I think there should be a basis for people if they do want to do that, then they have that availability. But if they also want to go to a higher education or do a secondary school, like a college or university, they should have that available to them as well. To me, it's about real choice. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not about this facade of choice.
100%. And I didn't mean to downplay that. I just wanted to texture it. My father was a locksmith. My grandfather was a locksmith. So I'm not trying to denigrate manual work or anybody working with their hands. I don't think that it's an either or. I think that it's a both and. What I said was that I'm concerned when oftentimes when these are the solutions that are being proposed, it's certain people that are being channeled towards manual tasks and other people that are being channeled towards managerial tasks. But we definitely want robust options available so that people can find their place and can find meaningful work in a society.
Sure. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
So my third question I want to get into is, so it is no secret that you support reparations for Black Americans.
Yep.
But what measures would you take as governor to ensure Black American freedmen get the debt that is owed that's not relegated to a study What tangible material compensation would you facilitate for Black American freedmen in California, and would this include cash reparations?
Absolutely include cash reparations, worked with LEAP and other organizations. This is actually the model for our collaboration with the activists and organizers that have been doing the work on the ground for the longest period of time. And we had them present at our at one of our most recent online campaign events. So they're actually the studies have already been done inside the state of California. And I'm now just forgetting the year. It might have been 2022 or 2023 when this happened. Gavin Newsom, after a 72-0 vote to approve what is essentially a creation of a Freedmen's Bureau for the state of California, Gavin Newsom vetoed that. So this would actually be the mechanism through which reparations would be paid, which is, of course, one of the principal hindrances that usually comes up in reparations conversations, is what is the modality through which reparations would be distributed? How do you establish lineage descent and all of those things? Because it's not a racial reparations policy. You're not just handing out money to people with melanin. The idea is that you are compensating people and paying reparations for those that are descended from chattel slavery in America, and redlining and all of those other policies that have produced this massive generational wealth gap that exists inside our communities. So you can literally do this inside the state of California just by supporting extant bills instead of being Gavin Newsom and standing in the way of this. And Gavin Newsom did what something similar to what's happened with Wes Moore in Maryland recently, which is that they're always trying to do more studies and less practical action, and it's just their way of kicking the can down the road to not actually have to face the issue. The last thing I'll say on this is that there's tangible, concrete actions that you can take inside the state of California to deliver on this measurable immediately. What you could do from the federal level, what we could have done from the White House in 24, or what a reparations-minded Green Party candidate could do from the White House in 28 or 32 is categorically different. You can erase the generational wealth gap in one generation quite easily. Reparations, a lot of people think reparations has to be paid out of the taxes that we pay, but that is pure nonsense. That would be true inside a state like California, which has a limited budget. But when you are a federal government and you print your own money, you can essentially put new money into the economy at any time. They did this with PPP, right? The biggest, COVID scam in history, in which 800 billion was handed out in loans that were then all forgiven. What that means is that they essentially printed almost $1 trillion in a year and handed it out. And 66 to 70% of that went straight to the owners of those businesses. None of that, very little of it, matriculated down to the employees who were supposed to be receiving that protection. So the point is that if you approach this as a federal solution, you can literally solve the generational wealth gap instantaneously. And people talk about 40 acres and a mule, right? That thing, and it conjures up this image of, like rectifying the wrongs of slavery immediately after emancipation and Civil War. Yeah, that would have been great. But any administration at any time can level that wealth gap and put Black folks on a level playing field. The problem is not a lack of resources, it is a lack of political will.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Wanting to move on to the next question that I have. So this one is, we're moving on to immigration. So immigration is a very big issue in California, especially since the media focus on ICE raids as of late. Many Californians disagree with them, but there's also a significant amount that do, who are also, some are Black and brown. What steps can you take to ensure that the rate of undocumented immigration is diminished, asylum seekers aren't put at risk, and they aren't used to undercut the pay for Californian citizens by business owners and corporations who seek to exploit the undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, I've talked about this quite a few times. The first thing, just to be clear about this, even inside the state of California, we don't have an immigration crisis. We have a racism crisis. We have a normalization of xenophobia and an environment that has been stoked by both parties, Team Blue and Team Red, the liberal and conservative wings of white supremacy, to stoke anti immigrant sentiment and to scapegoat immigrant communities for the poverty and suffering of the working classes. In point of fact, my immigrants are a net positive to the economic environment inside the state of California, pay taxes and contribute in manifold ways to the economy of the state of California. Part of the job is literally just doing the political education, because I understand that there's quite a few that have taken that have been drinking that anti-immigrant Kool-Aid. It's a very old story, and jingoistic appeals to patriotism, can be activated by failed political authorities at any time to mask their manifest failures by pointing and saying it's those folks over there that are causing your poverty. But the poorest people in society are not the ones that are causing the poverty. The
Right.
wealthiest people in the society are the ones that are causing the poverty. Now, with respect to the mechanics of this, I've said many times that what you need is most folks that come want to work, and they want the freedom to go back and to visit family. And what we need to be doing is processing work permits and giving people recognized status so that they can better organize for labor organization. The reason why both parties have been in tandem on demonization of immigrants is because the demonization of immigrants performs incredibly important work for the wealthy capitalist donor class. It creates a pool of fragile laborers who can therefore be more easily exploited and worked at low wages. So by creating a system of processing people's work permits, like I can't wait as governor of the state of California to negotiate this directly with our sister Claudia Scheinbaum about how to get folks come in and working and traveling back and forth. Oftentimes this is seasonal labor that is leading to these undocumented crossings. So this is a problem that is easy to solve if your aim is to not consistently demonize immigrants and use them as scapegoats for all of the social ills that you have been unable to resolve. The last thing that I want to say on this is that, and this is again, leaning on the work of economists who are, far more accomplished than I am. Migrant labor is always beneficial to the receiving society for a very, very simple fundamental reason, is that you are acquiring people at their working age after the society that is sending them has already invested in their health care, in their education, in raising them up at ages where they were too young to work. So it's one of the reasons why Japan is drastically and radically recruiting migrant labor. Right now they're in a population decline. Migrants are beneficial to the economy, and as the Panthers like to say, what our people need is political education. We have been conditioned to think that migrants are creating the economic problem and putting strain upon our resources, when in point of fact they're actually an economic net positive for our people.
So, what about the employers and the corporations that hire the exploited immigrants?
Now you're putting your finger right on it, right? Because what you're not seeing in these ICE raids is you're not seeing any white dudes being pulled out in business suits for illegally hiring a couple hundred people. Now you're not seeing that, are you? Right?
Mhm.
Instead, the people that are being targeted is the laborers. So if you actually have a robust enforcement regime that is not targeting the working class, the laboring class, but is actually targeting corporate management, which is of course what the Democrats and Republicans don't want, then this is another mechanism. And while I want to just, before we, kind of move to the next topics of conversation, I want to make this extremely clear. As governor of the state of California, I will not obey any unconstitutional orders. That means that ICE, which right now is frankly largely Proud Boys and bounty hunters that have been deputized and are putting on masks and kidnapping people.
Sure.
That ICE is going to have to go through every law enforcement officer and every lawyer in the state of California before they touch a single hair on the head of any California resident. The job of the governor, you swear your allegiance to the Constitution, not to the sitting president. You don't swear your allegiance to your presidential aspirations the way that Gavin Newsom, has when he said that he would veto AB 15, a bill which prohibited coordination between the California Department of Corrections and ICE. These people have been facilitating this infiltration and kidnapping and the violation of all of our civil liberties because of this demonization of immigrants, which is rooted in racism and white supremacy. And as governor, I'm stopping that. You've seen LAPD coordinating with these thugs. You've seen Santa Ana police coordinating with these thugs. You've seen throughout the state police doing exactly what the opposite of their job is. These are actually the people that you're supposed to be able to call if masked men are trying to kidnap you without any documentation.
Mm-hmm. So that is actually, I'm going to skip to this question since you brought up police and ICE as well, because I think this is also relevant to the conversation. So my next question is, we all know that the primary drivers of crime in any given area is poverty. People will commit crimes of desperation and lack of opportunity. In Los Angeles alone, you have over $2.14 billion that have been approved for the LAPD for the 2024 to 2025 fiscal year. What steps as governor would you take to reinvest that money to underserved communities in the form of housing, healthcare, education, mental health services, and infrastructure?
I'm an abolitionist. I know too much about the history of American policing for me to think that American policing can continue on these lines. And what we have seen, as you mentioned, is that in a time where Los Angeles is proclaiming a massive deficit and a budget crisis and cutting all of these fundamental and essential needs, they are nonetheless extending the budgets of the LAPD. This model cannot be sustained. We have to immediately, in the short term, start to take moves towards abolition. And that means investing in meeting people's basic needs. Right now, most of what police do, frankly, is to throw gasoline on conflicts. So much of what police are called for could better be treated with mental health professionals, with social workers, with a robust network of public safety and public health professionals. What police ought to be doing in this revised public safety environment is to be focusing on solving violent crime, which they frankly do very little of at this point in time. And we keep throwing money at policing, even though we get no concrete return on that investment. So the aim in the short term, the intermediate term, and the long term is to invest in healthcare, housing, education, mental health, all of those things that are actually productive of a healthy environment. And to be an abolitionist, in my understanding, is to be committed to a society in which all of those basic needs are met, because those are the principal drivers of crime.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So my next question is, moving on to healthcare. What specifically would be your plan to guarantee healthcare for all Californians, and how would you fund and institute housing for all?
Single payer healthcare is the easiest thing in the world to fix. It's in the state of California. Basically a state version of Medicare for all has almost passed multiple times. In fact, it did pass. The Democrats passed it when Schwarzenegger was the governor because they knew that he would veto it. So it was kind of typical performative politics of the Democrat Party. When they took power, they always end up just short of the votes that are necessary. And the word on the street is that in 2022, the last time it came up, the insiders said that the votes were actually there for single payer healthcare, and the insurance industry laid $1 million down on the Democrat Party, and the votes disappeared overnight. So just to be clear, the state of California is massively in support of single payer healthcare, universal healthcare inside the state of California. There have been numerous studies that have shown that this can not only be paid for, but actually can provide a net economic benefit that in some estimations is actually enormous. But to keep it simple, it's relatively straightforward version of it. 70 cents on every healthcare dollar that's spent inside the state of California right now is actually paid for by taxpayers. Taxpayers are subsidizing this private for-profit insurance driven system. And nationwide, and also inside the state of California, a little over 30 cents on every healthcare dollar goes literally just to that middleman rent taking insurance, quote unquote, healthcare industry, which provides neither health nor care. Quite literally, with what we currently subsidize and pay for as taxpayers inside the state of California, you could pay for universal health care inside the state just by taking that middleman group out, just by having single payer. And it would have a number of other effects that people like Pauly Song, a specialist in this domain, and others have noted. It's going to put California is this massive market, the largest population, the largest economy. California would be able to negotiate for better prices on prescription drugs. California would transform the overall healthcare environment in the country. Last part about this. Nationwide, General Motors pays more for healthcare than it pays for the steel in its cars. Think about this for a second. What would happen to commerce inside the state of California if you actually have the state providing universal health care? It's going to be a tremendous boon for commerce inside the state of California. And also, especially for small businesses, it will strengthen small businesses with respect to the large corporations, because right now it is an economy of scale that allows for those large corporations to cover these healthcare costs. If you have the state providing for this basic and fundamental service, not taking profit from it, but running it at cost, then you are going to be able to actually provide a boon, especially for small businesses, but for businesses across the board.
All right. Thank you very much for that. So moving on to this, according to CARE, California gave $610 million to Israel. Would you commit to divestment from Israel for their Holocaust against the Palestinians? And would you also push for support for state divestment and sanctions against Israel?
I already have. I've made that a public statement, a public proclamation that I will provide moral, intellectual, and political leadership for state divestment from genocide. There is no reason that California taxpayers should be subsidizing apartheid or genocide. That's not how we want our dollars to be spent. And we have seen powerful examples already inside the state of California along these lines. Alameda County divested from its contracts with Caterpillar because of Caterpillar's complicity in the genocidal state. We've seen across the University of California system, either binding resolutions. In the case of UCSB, we went soft. We didn't do the binding resolution. We had a non-binding resolution, but we've seen campuses, either with student senates or faculty senates, or sometimes both, voting in favor of these divestments. This is incredibly popular throughout the state of California. And I absolutely have been campaigning on state divestment from genocide and apartheid.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have two more questions. Do you have time for those?
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. So one of my next question is that it's wildfire season in California, and many are still recovering from recent wildfires that have claimed homes, businesses, and lives and countless lives of Californians. What steps would you take to combat climate change and environmental racism in the state? Some funds can be acquired through federal government assistance in this. However, the Trump administration may resist to release these funds. And what steps are you willing to take if this happens? And what alternatives to funding infrastructure would you like to take to help Californians?
So I'll try to answer this one quickly because I'm hearing in my head the question that I didn't answer from your last one. The first,
Mhm.
which was about housing. So I do want to come back to that because my answers are actually connected. The
Yeah.
first is that an overarching fundamental principle of environmental justice across the planet. And remember, the Green Party has stood on environmental justice, for 4 decades, since its founding. Uh, is polluters pay. Polluters pay. You are actually supposed to pay when you create an environment that leads to environmental degradation. So the Democrat establishment in this state has simply not been willing to make its corporate donors pay because who funds you runs you. A perfect example of this is with the wildfires that you mentioned. PG&E was responsible just in a single calendar year for over 480 wildfire incidents. And according to not just that overarching principle of polluters pay, but according to laws on the books in the state of California, they were responsible for damages for these fires that were started through their negligence. The total sum just in 1 year for those damages was $9 billion. And they were found legally responsible for that, not $9 billion. Gavin Newsom spearheaded an effort to essentially absolve that debt and put that $9 billion back onto the taxpayers inside the state of California. That's what you get when you have corrupt cronyism inside the governor's mansion rather than actual environmental accountability and responsibility. If you just enforce what's on the books and make people pay for the damage that they cause, then they're gonna get a good dose of act right. and they're you know what I'm saying when I say that. Not everybody might, but they're gonna get a good dose of act right, and they might actually start to act right. So accountability is required. And an even better example goes back to the housing question, which because I answered the part about healthcare and I left out the part about housing. Well, an important part of the overall outcome of the housing mismanagement in the state of California is this massive homelessness crisis. This homelessness crisis. 25 billion spent over the last 5 years by the state of California to try to resolve the issue of homelessness. And the number of people sleeping on the streets has gone from 120,000 average per night 5 years ago to 180,000 average now. 25 billion spent over 5 years to have the problem increase on this scale. Well, why? That same cronyism. Those $25 billion have essentially been handouts to developers and to NGOs and to the poverty industrial complex, to poverty alleviation and homelessness alleviation programs where the general executive of the NGO will write for themselves a $600,000 a year salary, from the taxpayer till to resolve the issue of homelessness. You could quite literally write personal checks of $25,000 annually to every person that slept on the streets in the state of California over these last 5 years, and it would come back cheaper than the $25 billion that we've spent. So with a small mechanism like universal basic income to help get people off the street, and with rigorous intervention into the rent hikes and the illegal rent hikes, frankly, that have been taking place inside the state of California, and also through operationalizing a model similar to what Vienna does in Europe, which is to have the state acquire housing units and to rent those at cost, which then helps bring down the overall market environment. In Vienna, 43% of the rental units are owned by the state. They're publicly owned, and that serves as a market check. So just right now, inside the state of California, something like there are something like 20 open vacant housing units for every person that sleeps on the street. If you tax the hell out of the of people that are leaving properties sitting vacant in those ways, and then offer discounts to purchase them from the state, make that economically beneficial to the people that are trying to hold on to them, then you can literally solve the homelessness crisis, create an environment that gives better, more affordable housing options for everybody inside the state. And then just to connect the two, the healthcare, the homelessness, and then to return to the environmental justice. If you have universal healthcare that is encompassing not just of dental and vision, because there's no reason why those things should be separate from our healthcare, but also, of course, for mental health. If you have universal healthcare that is attending to people's mental health, and you have simple, common sense ways to make housing more affordable, and to help subsidize the housing of the poorest in society, you can solve homelessness. You can solve it at a lot less than the 25 billion that they've been throwing at it.
Just a follow-up question to this one. Would you be in support of a housing first model, just like what they're doing in Finland?
I would have to know more about the housing first model. I have to confess, in Finland, I have to confess, but if it's anything like, the principle, everybody eats before anybody gets seconds, then I would be for it.
So the housing first model really is a model where it essentially it takes the housing of homeless that we have here in the United States and flips it completely. So you get housing regardless, no questions asked. If you're unhoused, you get housing and you're set with that housing.
Yeah.
That in turn relieves the disease of despair within people.
Yes.
So then they're more likely to get employment. It also helps alleviate the mental health issues because a lot of times people gain more mental health issues once they're homeless. Yeah. Also, it helps people to be able to work through their substance abuse issues because a lot of people who are homeless get on substances after they become homeless. 100%. A lot of people don't realize that. And so then it actually, you give them the base, which is the housing first, and then things improve from there. And so basically it's a housing first model that has been done by Finland. And I encourage you to watch. There was a video by Second Thought by J.G. Chapman, and he actually talks about it. It's a very wonderful program that they did in Finland, which would actually help alleviate the homelessness issue in places like California.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it, and just let's juxtapose that model that you just sketched out for me, and thank you for educating me on Finland's approach. Let's juxtapose that with the so-called solution that they have now, Section 8, which again is something that incentivizes a middleman rent-taking class that subsidizes private landlords who then price gouge. And all of this goes back to the neoliberal turn that the Democrats, took. Basically what we've had, since Clinton is, DEI Reaganomics, that trickle down. You're essentially going to say that privatization is the solution for everything. So we're going to try to find a way to have the state make things easier for private industry to regulate all of these basic needs, which is crazy because how can a for-profit group taking a cut off the top before basic human needs are met, how can that ever lead to a better solution? You're going with the same the same financial output, you're either going to end up with an inferior quality product, or you're going to have to spend more money to get the same product because you have to get that profit margin for that middleman class that's in between. They called it trickle down under Reagan. The original name for it was horse and sparrow. That's what they called it in the 19th century. You stuff a horse full of so many oats that the sparrows feed from the feces. Well, we're tired of picking through other people's feces to get our basic needs met. Housing first, healthcare first, meet people's basic needs. And again, China doesn't do everything perfect, but China has solved essentially this problem of homelessness while also maintaining a robust environment for commerce and private sector investment. It's not rocket science. You just have to not be committed to making sure that your capitalist donors eat before anybody else eats.
Of course. So now my final question that I would like to ask is California has a robust ballot initiative process. Would you, as governor, push more heavily towards direct democracy via ballot initiatives so that the people can circumvent politicians and add to their constitution themselves without the state legislators?
Yes, but I would bracket my response to that question with pointing in this moment specifically east. Big election happening today in New York City, where Zoran Mamdani has a chance to take the nomination away from the kind of capitalist Zionist candidate that's being backed by Clinton and others. The reason why Zoran, aside from him being a competent candidate and all of those things, the reason why he's competitive is ranked choice voting. Greens have stood on ranked choice voting and on a number of mechanisms to allow for more direct representative democracy for centuries. For decades, not centuries. Greens haven't been around for centuries, and standing on those principles of actually democratizing electoral access and bringing actual representative democracy into the system, that's something that we're standing 10 toes down on in every domain. It's part of how you get us out of an environment where Team Blue and Team Red bang on on one another, and despite the fact that they have the same, corporate owners. When people have the opportunity to rank their choices and to not have this kind of winner takes all environment obtaining in political engagement, then there can be, really powerful outcomes. And I know we're running out of time, so I just wanted to say one thing, kind of more philosophical point that I think is crucial. I don't think that people understand how close we are to actually getting this done in California. In 2022, the last gubernatorial election, only 5.5 million people voted in the primary, and the primary is the whole election. The duopoly has rigged it so that only the top two candidates advance, and that is designed to have one blue candidate and one red candidate. But in the state of California, there are as many independents as there are Republicans, which means we have an opportunity to do something extraordinary. We have an opportunity to actually take in that primary on June 2nd of 2026, that second position. And to get to that second position, in 2022 only took 1.3 million votes. 17% of the electorate voting for a Republican candidate got that candidate to second place. If you get me 1.5 million, 1.7 million votes on June 2nd of 2026, then we can bring this progressive populist people's agenda, and they will have to prosecute the case, and they will not be able to hide. From June until November, they are going to have to hear from us, bringing these issues that are of pivotal concern, that are central to like the dignity and humanity and existence and survival and thriving of so many Californians, but who are not being served by a democratic establishment that has become corrupted. We actually have an incredible opportunity to do this. This isn't pie in the sky. This isn't theoretical. We have an extraordinary opportunity that mirrors the opportunity that New York City, has potentially, today, which is to introduce, some fundamentals of anti-capitalist principles and socialist policies in order to actually meet people's basic needs. We have an opportunity for political revolution.
All right. Thank you so very much. So that's my questions that I have for you. I would like to ask more, but unfortunately, due to the sake of time, you've been more than generous with your time. So I just wanted to say I appreciate it. If you can let people know where they can find you and where they can find your campaign as well.
Yeah, so it's just at Butch Ware on all of the social media platforms, and then go to butchware4gov.com, BUTCHWARE, the number 4GOV. That's our website. You can also check out, you'll see this from the website, the Revolutionary Learning Community. It's our own social media platform that is not owned by Meta. It's not owned by Twitter. It's a place where it's secure and you can interact. There's a actual link there. There you will find mutual aid and direct action. I'm somebody that believes that electoral politics are just part of an overall liberation strategy that also requires mutual aid, direct action, and organizing. I said that at the outset. So this is not just a political campaign. This is a political and social movement.
All right. Thank you so very much. And just to let everybody know, the link is also in the description down below to Butch Ware's campaign as well. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ware. It is such a great time to have you. And thank you very much for answering all my questions.
Appreciate you, brother. All right. Take care. Be well.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. If you guys have not already, please go ahead and give a like to the stream. Make sure to hit that like button. Thank you so very much for all of the support very much. And yes, that was a great conversation. I would like to have him back on to cover even more nuanced topics, but I think that was a pretty good start so far. So you guys are, more informed about who Butch Ware is and about his candidacy, as well as the policy positions that he is for. So thank you very much for that. And I also put the link in the chat as well for you guys to check him out. Running as third party for governor of California. All right, so we're going to go to the chat. But before we do that, we're going to give a shout out to the patrons, and then we shall move on. So let's do this thing and say thank you to all of the patrons. So, wait, where'd it go? Where'd you go? Okay, let's do that again. There we go. All right. Here are the tiers for all the patrons on Patreon. Thank you so very much for you guys. What I would not be able to do this work. The tiers are Mega Jaybefaunters, Super Duper Jaybefaunters, Super Jaybefaunters, Jaybefaunters. We have Comrades, Solidarity, and JB members. And thank you to all new members who join in the future. It is deeply appreciated from all of you. So appreciate it very much. Just to let you guys know, my channel is demonetized. So if you like to support the channel, you can support via Patreon or PayPal. So thank you so very much for that. Let's get into some of the comments in the chat. I'm going to check on the Rumble side really quick, just to see if I have any Rumble rants. And if not, nope, we are good on the Rumble side. So let's go into the chat. We're going to say our salutations, our hellos, and then also any thoughts from people in the chats regarding our conversation. So we have E coming in, said, yay, can't wait. Good to see you. We have Kibe coming in saying JB and is the place to be, and he's got what it takes to rock the mic. Thank you so very much, Kibe. We have Kenneth coming in saying, hey, JB, good to see you. Lady Alex coming in saying greetings. We have Sean coming in saying happy to tune in while on the job. Yep. Make your coins and watch me at the same time. Watch me on the clock, baby. All right. So we have Alexandria says, hey, everyone. Hope you're all having a lovely day despite the weather and the chaos politically. Yep. That's definitely a lot going on right now around the world and across the country. Savitha says, hey, everyone. So good to see you. Jacqueline says, hey, Jaybefaunt. Hey, everyone. You're looking smart as usual. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe I need some glasses. I'll look like a Poindexter. That'd be nice. We have Randy coming in saying, good afternoon, my revolutionary comrades. Good to see you, Revolutionary Randy. That's your new name. That's your nickname, Revolutionary Randy. It is decided. All right, we have Wesley coming in. Say hi from Santa Rosa. Registered Green, you got my support. Thank you very much to Wesley. Rebel Seer says, definitely not cool in San Francisco. I got lectured by numerous people for not voting for Kamala. Yes, there's too much drama with Kamala. Absolutely. We have Sensei says, Butch Ware with green hearts. Good to see you as well. All right, so here we go to Kate Mack says, hey everyone, JB and Butch, so good to see you all. Hope everyone is staying cool. I think it's what's the temperature? I think it's around 90 right now here in Florida, in Orlando. Oh, it's 91. Yeah, it's 91. And I'm guessing the humidity is somewhere north of 50%. Sounds about right. So yeah, it is very hot here. So good. Not good, but you know, it's typical Florida. Just to let you guys know. We have Edward saying, hi, JB and Butch. Jacqueline asks a question: is California seriously thinking about building a high-speed rail system, or is this a hypothetical discussion? In fact, there was some construction going on. I had shared this article a little bit earlier before you came in that is talks about Trump's administration to pull $4 billion in funding for California high-speed rail. So, you know, they are heavily considering it. But of course, as, you know, the Democrats, you know, they do some other shenanigans as well. And then it doesn't get done as fast as it should. It doesn't get done as efficiently as it should. And they kind of count on the Republicans, especially somebody like Trump, to pull funding like this so that they can have something to fundraise off of. So we have that as well. Edward adds, says, housing through a program called Housing Connect is not affordable because the rents are still expensive and they put you on a list which takes forever for you to be called. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I'm such a housing first advocate. I think that housing first would actually be one of the best things for us, because especially the unhoused, which are, you know, a huge chunk are Black and brown people. So I think that housing first would actually be great for us. And also, one of the things that a lot of people don't talk about when it comes to housing is the housing insecurity. Those of us who are housed, who have this insecurity that plagues us day by day, and in fear of losing that housing because right now it's the 24th. So by next week, it will be July. And you got to make sure you have the rent ready for July 1st. And some people are pulling their hair out, trying to figure out how they're going to actually have the rent to be able to pay for the next month. And so people shouldn't have to go through that either. So, yeah. Roger Meadows says, you cannot acknowledge xenophobic without acknowledgement of racist behavior towards native Blacks from immigrants. So, unfortunately, it is true that some immigrants do have anti-Black sentiments. It's part of what's the word I want to use? It is part of a self-preservation tactic. It's part of a self-preservation tool that is used once they get here in order to be able to not be too close to the people who are the most marginalized, so that they won't get swept up with those of us who are historically the most marginalized in the nation. And so unfortunately, some will cling to that in order to be able to make it within this country, when in reality, at the end of the day, white supremacy will come for you too. They just will use you to get to the more marginalized people first. And then when they're knocked out and out of the way, then they'll come for you. So unfortunately, that is also a factor as well. And so I think, you know, like I said before, both sides have to come to the table, and we have to really start to decolonize, you know, ourselves within each community. You know, and find solidarity with, we have to find solidarity within each group. So, immigrant groups have to find solidarity, with us. And then we also in turn have to find solidarity with them. Unfortunately, the capitalists, the people at the top, the corporate dictators, they want that divide to remain in place. So then it is easier to maintain power over us. So that's something that it's a harsh truth, but it is a truth. Roger also continues, says, okay, Bush, here's a challenge for you. Make pushing CalCare as a citizen ballot initiative amendment as part of your campaign. That could also work, especially because California is a robust ballot initiative state. And, the electorate, I mean, they are really hungry for having a universal healthcare system within the state. And so that could also be part of a winning message. But yeah, I think that it is important that we also, use that as a tool in the toolbox to be able to get liberation for people within the state. I would, request that somebody does that here in Florida. If somebody who's independent or third party is running here in Florida, because Florida also has a gubernatorial race in 2026. I haven't seen anybody worthwhile as of yet here in Florida, but I would stress to them also to do the same, to push for a CBI amendment to make a universal health care for Florida as well. Even if you don't win, you put that into the minds of people, and you could start a domino effect where many people will probably try to get it on the ballot. So I think that will be great. You see, Raul Sear says, Newsom vetoed bringing CalCare to the floor while giving immigrants health care. He feeds into pitting groups against each other while pretending he's caring. Unfortunately, this is also true of the duopoly, is that they would like to pick groups against one another so that one group seems like they're getting a little bit more than the other. And so then there's resentment there. This is also part of the vision of the working class that the corporate dictators like to push. That's one of their tactics as well. Wadi says, hey, everybody, good to see you. A jaded millennial says, imagine my surprise stumbling upon this live stream. Yes, surprise. Happy birthday to you. Lady Alex says, I've been having these very discussions since the 70s. The system cannot be reformed. I say it can be, but it has to be done through revolution. I know, Lady Alex. I know. Be easy, that dude coming in, brother from another mother. He says the system is working as intended. And yes, the system has been working as intended ever since this system has been created. And it is going in the way that the corporate dictators want. The difference is that we actually have to take this table and flip it over. I'm just saying, but I'm just saying. Thank you very much for that as well. We have QB Socialista says, JB, great get for your show. Thank you very much for that. Edward says, Section 8 relies on income amount category requires. If your income goes up by a certain amount, you could lose Section 8. This is absolutely true. And so this is how they keep you at a certain level. But at the same time, if you make too much, you can get to a zone where you make too much to get help, but you don't make enough to be able to keep your head above water. And that's also a huge issue within this country as well. It's very sad, and that's the way the system is set up. Sebastiano giving hearts. I think those are medical hearts. Thank you, sir, very much. I need those too. We have Dan 1999 says, JB got that glow, face pink, drinking tea, person pink, swaying hair, face pink, drinking tea, person pink, swaying hair. Thank you so very much. All right. And Sila says, it's colonization, which works both ways, JB. Truth be told, since African Americans have as much power as Afro-Indigenous population called migrates. Thank you very much. So let's get into The next one, actually, my next guest will be here in a few minutes. Do I have enough time for the next story? I could probably make it kind of quick. Do I have 15 minutes time? All right. Let's get into the next story, and I will make this a little bit fast before we get into it. Yeah, I'm not going to have time. That one's going to take about 25, 30 minutes. And I don't want to keep my guests waiting. Okay. So let's do a couple more chats while we're at it. Just in case before my next guest comes in. Jacqueline says, talking of birthdays, JB, is it your birthday on the 29th of this month? Seeing something about it on an old episode I watched recently. Yep. In fact, we're 5 days away from my birthday, actually. And so, yeah, it's going to be a good show. I think that's on a Sunday. Wait, my birthday on Sunday? I'm checking out. Yeah. So my birthday is going to be on Sunday. So, and I do plan on going live on RBN on Sunday. And so, yeah. By the way, if you guys are feeling a little generous for my birthday, well, the links are in the description below. Thank you very much. Roger says, read my DMs. Why did I have a feeling that was coming up? Let me see. Let me see. All right, let's go to this. So this is a link to World Population Review. Roger says income inequality by state 2025. He says wrong, Butch. New York State is and continues to be number one in income inequality. And you guys are number 4. New York State is 10 years strong, unbroken. He said Newsom passed public bank legislation, but he weakened it by requiring regional public banks be FDIC insured. That's like saying, sure, Allstate can operate in California, but you must insure with State Farm first. This hampers their ability to operate at full capacity. That provision needs to be repealed. Also, financing of local infrastructure through loans from a public bank causes surplus. Local public banks can't be replacement funding for school districts. A California public bank has yet to be done. I don't know if you want me to listen to that recording there. He says public banks could be used to build decommodified housing. President Ibrahim Traore, who is president of Burkina Faso, just pulled a Gaddafi and bought everyone a home. That's also really awesome of him as well. He said, not just stream, yes, he is acknowledging the interpersonal racism towards our community, but also structural racial discrimination, where a lot of immigrant communities use terrorist tactics. Klan used to drive us from our neighborhoods. Not just that, but using white-collar racial discrimination when it comes to ownership of proprietary, be it land, housing, businesses, buildings, etc. Despite us having the money to purchase 3 times over, they rather sell to their own than us. Okay, and then I don't know what. It's not letting me play. Uh-oh. Yeah, sorry, it's not letting me play, Roger. I keep clicking on it, it's not letting me. I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's not letting me play. My apologies. But thank you very much for that, Roger. All right, let's go to the rest of the chat. Sila says, can we discuss Zoran? Damn it. Y'all not gonna like me right now. If I talk about Zoran, y'all not gonna like me. Y'all really want my thoughts on Zoran Mamdani? Okay. I watched his segment on Stephen Colbert last night. Number one, I said from the start, I do not trust anyone that runs in the duopoly, whether Democrat or Republican. I do not trust them. Zoran Mandami. By the way, today is the primary for New York City mayor. And he is, in the polls, he is leading ahead of Andrew Cuomo. Zoran talked a good game. I'm getting AOC vibes from him. And also when he was asked, because technically I'll get a copyright claim if I play the clip from the Stephen Colbert show. But he basically said that Israel does have a right to exist, but he says that he basically reiterates that it should be, on equal footing. But then he also talked about the crime that happened on October 7th. So is he talking about Palestinian resistance as a crime? Or is he talking about the retaliation by Israel being the crime? He did not specify. I will say this. He talks a good game, but there's one or two things that's going to happen. If he loses today, there's going to be sadness. It's going to be, people are going to be upset, right? If he loses. If he wins, actually, there's three possibilities. If he wins, then we all know that Andrew Cuomo is going to run as an independent. And just like what happened in Buffalo, when the Democratic Socialists won, then the incumbent became independent and became a write-in candidate, and he still won the election. So I think that if he wins today and Andrew Cuomo still runs as an independent, Andrew Cuomo still may win. And here's the third option. If Zoran Mandami wins today, and then he wins the general mayoral election for New York City, I feel like he's going to sell out. And instead of being disappointed, the people who supported him will be devastated. I feel like that's what's coming. Because we've been through this before. That's why I do not trust him. And this may sound kind of like nitpicky, but he's too polished. Very polished. Very polished. Almost like he was manufactured. Like somebody took all the rhetoric from the left and everything and just manufactured and said, ha, here we go. Now run them through the Democrats. I want to be wrong. But I don't know if I am actually going to be wrong. And I hate being right about these things. I hate it. I hope he proves me wrong. I really do. but I just don't trust him. So, with that being said, some people would be saying, well, what other alternative we have? The best alternative we have is to do mutual aid, build dual power, and build up our communities ourselves as a collective. That's the best thing that we have. So that's all I got to say on that. I hope, I know some people will get disappointed, but, All right. So, and then this one more from Roger, and then I will bring my guest in. He said, Butch did something very slick. You asked him specifically, hey, would you use your position to push this ballot initiative amendments by rallying the Californians to go completely around the legislator since they don't want to get down with the get down? You asked him about that, and he started talking about the mayoral race all the way across the country. I asked him to circumvent the legislator for the people, and he circumvented my question by talking about what's going on in my school, which has nothing to do with him. Notice that. Therefore, that tells me, like all politicians, do not let them fool you. They do not like direct democracy because it completely circumvents their power. Also, I am Blue Moon, who is still streaming right now. Definitely agree with you on Zoran. Just another Democratic Scabs of America agent that's still political party over policy. I see the fakeness from this guy. He's currently a state legislator in the assembly. I remember giving him a fist bump a few years ago when he first got there because I believe in state Democrats despite giving up what federal Democrats. And he says, but he's still a Democrat. What do you expect? I got you. Thank you very much for that, Roger. All right. So my next guest is here. So we are going to be having a conversation. So, of course, we spoke with Dr. Butch Ware about his candidacy for California governor. And so we talked about that. Now we're going to be talking to Kit Cabello of Heartlands Media, friend to the channel. Going to have Mr. Kit on, Mr. Chi-Town himself, Mr. Chicago, Mr. Wonderful, Mr. Congeniality. Let's talk about Tricare or Medicare for all. All right, we got you.
And first of all, I noticed that you got the high ground. I got the low ground. I also noticed that you're more sharply dressed than I am. And you know what? For that, I must apologize. It's really hot here in the city. And I can't wear my suit and tie. And you know what? My house has never had AC, and I'm 40 years old. Never known it except when I visit hotel rooms or I'm in an air-conditioned car. So there you go. It's really hot. My tomatoes are growing and blooming. But also, more importantly, I am on one of the Dauntless Views shows, and that is none other than JB. And I have to say, first of all, I've been following your work on social media, and I just want to say, I hope this year has been very successful to you with the aftermath of your surgery, now that you get to have normalcy. And for that, I am so proud that you are able to enjoy and be happy with life. I recently had a clean bill of health on Monday, which was supposed to be my day off. I was at the VA, so, affordable care, I was like, I remember asking when I went to the hospital, like, am I getting charged for this? And you're like, you're from the VA. You're fine, dude. You're fine. Don't worry about it. And which is like, all right, great. But again, not a lot of Americans have that privilege. And I think it's important that we talk about Medicare for all and healthcare, not only for citizens, but for veterans and overall what this means for our society and public. So it's your show. You shoot away, and it's a privilege to be here because you are one of the originals. So there you go, as you should. I'm going to use my ring fingers for that one. There you go. You're one of the originals right there. There you go.
It's kind of poetic that you have, longer hair and I am sitting higher.
Yes.
I'm like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anakin, I have the high ground.
Don't underestimate my power.
Don't try it.
Don't do it, Anakin.
You are my brother, Anakin.
I hate you.
Join the Sith, not join them.
Leave
it in darkness.
I can't say I hate you, JB. I'm sorry, man. You're the only one that I know that has a good heart in this business. Be like, I can't believe I said I hate you, JB. No, we're not doing that. No. But anyways, it's your show. It's your show, and the people are here. Let's talk about healthcare, because you know what, our audiences know something about it, and I think it's fair that we actually have this conversation, because now it's this election cycle. What's happening everywhere in this country, we got to talk about it.
Sure. And here's the thing. This is really going to be a conversation because shout out to Roger Meadows for submitting me this story, because it's something I think that a lot of us need to talk about, because everybody's been talking about, at least for the last decade, we've been talking about Medicare for all, Medicare for all, Medicare for all. And I've been hearing from some people go, what about Tricare for all? And I'm like, I don't know what Tricare is. Even though I do have some family members that served in the military, I don't really know. And so here's a video that I would like to share.
Good.
And go over. And then we'll pause at different intervals. If you would like to interject, please feel free. But this actually talks about the difference between VA care and Tricare. And I'm going to be interjecting because I am a Medicare recipient. And so I'll be interjecting that as well. But this is actually a really informative video.
Let's hear it.
So let's get into this. So this is from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. It says, which is better, Veterans Administration Healthcare or Tricare? So let's get into this.
Go to the sit rep. You've got all three of us here today, Mike, Paul, and Jim, and answering a question that we got via email. What is Tricare versus VA healthcare? What's the difference? And this is something that I don't know anything about Tricare other than the fact that
there's Tricare,
that it exists, but
heard of it.
I know plenty about VA healthcare, but Tricare, I know nothing about. And the first question I'm going to pose to the both of you: can Tricare and VA be used together?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, Tricare is just another healthcare option that service members get for retiring from active duty or from National Guard and Reserve service. It's just like, or it's similar to if you have Blue Cross Blue Shield or, what have you. So yes, they can be used together. Jim, I mean, I know you do it all the time.
Yeah. You live in a rural place. Sometimes it benefits you to be able to go wherever you need to at your convenience, and not, when the doctor says, well, I can't do it until, if I'm at a VA facility or near a VA facility, I head in there and get my stuff done. If I'm out in town or maybe I'm on leave somewhere or whatever, I may go see my private doctor, but I utilize them both. And again, at my convenience, it's whatever suits me best. They don't fight. They don't argue with each other. I don't hear anything from either side. I just know a bill gets paid and I'm not the person paying it.
That's a pretty important part of it.
I mean, and that's a very important part of it, since, obviously you're a retiree, you've got Tricare for life. But you also have the ability if I could
interject here.
Point. Similar to other forms of health insurance is, Tricare is not paying for the hearing aids you have, correct? I mean, if you need hearing aids, Tricare is not paying for that. Is that correct?
Correct. Right. Tricare will pay for my hearing test.
Right.
They'll pay for my eye exam, but it's up to me to get those glasses or to get those hearing aids. So that's why I come to the VA, and specifically for those two items, I don't pay anything.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Well, sure. Yeah, you're talking anywhere between $4,000 and $8,000 nowadays for hearing aids.
Jeez.
And that's just to get them. That doesn't count. Okay, they need to be adjusted. You need
3
batteries
visits
right. Yeah. And I think the other thing, Tricare is a wonderful service. I mean, a wonderful option for a lot of people, and
especially
it's well,
to get a family, right?
Right, and it's well deserved. So that's your opportunity to have your family on a healthcare plan that's not costing you or costing you very little, as far as premiums and things along that nature. But yeah, I would strongly encourage any veteran that if you're on Tricare, if you're a retiree from either, as I said, either active duty or the Guard and Reserves, because those folks are eligible for Tricare once they start drawing their their military pay at age 60, or if depending on the number of deployments they had, they can have up to 4 years deducted from age 60. So once you're eligible and you're drawing your retirement pay as a guard or reservist, then you're eligible also for Tricare.
So,
All right. Yeah, because
what is your thoughts on this?
all right. So first of all, this is a very informative video. Now, I understand where majority of my audience and even your audience stand in regards to, you know, the war on terror, the service. And look, I've been asked this question, and I'm going to get this out of the way. Kit, you served in the military. How do you feel about it? Do you have any regrets? Would you ever do it again? I would not be the man I am now or have the education I have if I had not experienced what I witnessed in my 4 years in the military. And I got very lucky in my 4 tours. I mean, not my 2 tours in my 4 years of service. Okay. I would not be who I am. And I don't look, there's a lot of things we wish we could take back. And there are things I do want to take back, but I got to tell you, my time, I seen some of the best people and some of the worst, some of the most outstanding heroics, and also some of the most vile people. All right. You get it all, but you get it in life. That's something you face off all the time. But this hits close home to me because when you look at veterans care here in the United States, you know, I'm going to keep this Chicago mayor anonymous, but they had the audacity, and no, it wasn't Ramsall. As much as I hate that guy, it wasn't him. Some Chicago mayor had the audacity to say there's no such thing as homeless veterans, which is, okay. Yeah, well, way to be such a wonderful human being. But homelessness amongst the veterans population, PTSD, and yes, self-deletion is a very serious thing. And, you know, this country, richest country in the world, not only does it not take care of its people, but it doesn't take care of its warriors. It doesn't take care of those who have served, who put on the uniform. And these politicians like to play these games with us. So when it comes down to Tricare, yeah, it's available. Yes, when you are in active service, of course. But it's also available once you retire. I believe that veterans, no matter what state they live in, should have access not only to the VA, but also to Tricare. All right. Now, if that's me overextending things, this means no disrespect to any veterans who served 20 years. Hey, you earned it. You did your time. If that's your choice, fine. But I think it should be available to all veterans because of what a lot of what's been happening these past 20 years in these forever wars. Okay. Since 2001, there's been an uptick in mental health amongst veterans. And I don't like that. I think the VA is doing the best they can with, even though they're getting cut. And it says a lot about how our congressmen and women really feel for the past 20 years. I take mental health very serious. I do. Above all else, I do. And I think it's unfair that not only is it impacting veterans, but it's also impacting civilians and the family members too. And I'm just going to say this, Tricare, Medicare for all. Why not? Let's have it. Other countries figured it out. Billions of dollars is being wasted for big pharma. So how I feel is, yeah, I think Tricare is great. I mean, I wish it was available for not only me, but my other fellow brothers and sisters who are suffering far worse than me. Far worse. I think they deserve it. And yes, I think the VA should be getting more health and services. And I've been lucky with my experience at the VA. I have been. But I know others aren't so lucky. And I know right now there's somebody, a man or a woman, in a lot of great pain. And they're suffering and they're hurting. And I think that this is once again, a sign of just how sociopathic our Democrat and Republican lawmakers truly are. Notice, they're voting for war. They're bailing out the banks. They're bailing out the corporations. Yep. They don't care about the warrior. They don't care about the civilian. They don't care about your grandparents, and they don't care about your kids. This is a psychopathic country ruled by psychopathic politicians, or these are that sniveling little weasels who'll be more than happy to sell their own mama down the river, but they won't help you. That's my rant. So there you go. I know you have more questions. Again, it's your show. But had to get that off my chest, and I had to be very careful because the YouTube algorithm and Rhyme likes to play its games.
Of course, yeah, of course. I'm going to continue on to this one because I think I have a synopsis, but I just want to cover just a little bit more.
One other thing here too, because he's talking about Tricare and the difference between Tricare and VA care. I know that when it comes down to dental, you know, I had it at least for my first year when I got out, but according to this, all you have to do is reach out to your local dentist at the VA hospital location. If you don't have one, the VA will refer you to a civilian dentist. So that's what you got to do. Dental care, brush and floss your teeth, my fellow veterans. You would think that they would take care of your chompers, but no, that's called no bueno. No. I mean, I wish, but no.
Yeah. Let's continue on because I have my thoughts too, but I want to get a little bit more into this. We'll let them play a little bit.
Wait. One other thing here too.
A lot of folks then opt into that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes. Also, one other thing here too. In order to get free dental, it must be service connected or based on criteria being a former POW. Now, I'm not a POW, and thankfully, nothing happened to my beautiful chompers. Got my mom's genetics, having those good teeth, maybe my papa's genetics. But yes, sorry, folks. VA, no dental. What do you think I'm going to write to my congressman and woman about?
It'd be cool if the VA did have dental, and you can get a gold tooth right there.
You know what? Here's the thing. This might look like I'm missing a tooth, but actually I call this my fang. It's like it grew out on the side and it covered it. So it looks like it's missing, but it ain't. It just came out to be a fang. My mom calls it my warlock tooth.
But you would still look really cool with a gold tooth, especially when you slow smile with a gold tooth.
Especially for some acting gigs that I'm being part of, but I'll save that for another day. There you go.
Yep. I can't. I that's my dream. I just need Kit to have one gold tooth, just one.
There you go.
Oh, that'd be great. Yep. And then we dress you in a pimp suit.
All right, let's do it.
On here.
Hey,
you can be a white pimp named Flipback.
A pimple named Flipback? No, a pimp named Slickback. Lord, let's do the Pimps player. I mean, it got season 1, season 2, pure gold. Season 3, I'm not talking about season 4. That doesn't exist. Anyway, back to the video.
Now back to our regularly scheduled program. All right, let's continue.
For Tricare. So a lot of folks then opt into that. But at the same time, I would strongly encourage you to either utilize the VA or continue to utilize the VA because there are, as Jim talked about, there are so many options that are available through the VA that may not be as readily available through a civilian provider on Tricare or will cost you money using your Tricare benefit.
I think one of the big pieces too is Tricare is an insurance. I mean, that's essentially what it is. The VA is healthcare.
It's a benefit.
Right. It's something I've gotten. I've earned it. And I don't have to worry about, if I utilize Tricare, I'm going to different places for different things. It's not one-stop shopping like I get at the VA. I go to the VA. If I've got to come in and my doctor says, I need to get you an MRI, I'm just moving off into another section of the hospital and getting it done. Whereas if I'm out in town, I see my private doctor, well, let's do some physical therapy first, and then let's do this, and then I'm going to places all around the state sometimes, if not other places, to get this work done. And I'm hoping they're all communicating. And essentially that should be happening. I know with the VA, it's a whole team approach where everybody's talking to everybody. So my doctor is talking to the folks with the MRIs and anything else being done. If I come in for another appointment, they look and say, oh, well, I see you had an MRI last week and X, Y, and Z. This is what we're doing. I like that. That's why I utilize the VA as much as I can, because I feel like they're all about me.
That's a great point. And I will.
So one of the things that I have observed is that it sounds like Tricare is an insurance, whereas the VA is the hospital system.
Yes.
So, like for instance, Medicare is an insurance, just like Tricare is an insurance, but the VA is like, for instance, we have Orlando Health, which is the hospital system that we have. So like let's say hypothetically we had Tricare for All. Well, Tricare for All would still be a single payer healthcare system. What if we had a VA for all? Basically meaning that it's no longer limited to just veterans, it's for everybody.
Here's
a VA for all would essentially just be a nationalized healthcare system.
Now, here's the thing. Each VA hospital is different. Everyone's experience is different. And to be fair here, look, I'm going to speak for myself.
Sure.
My experience has been more or less, if I had to grade it, maybe 98%. All right. I know it's a high approval, but I know that there are horror stories, and I know there are moments again where there are people who are clearly suffering from PTSD and being extremely, extremely difficult because of the trauma that they've seen. All right. I mean, I get it. There's a two-way street, and sometimes there's people at the VA that should not be working at the VA. Okay. I have not had that experience, so I'm going to speak for myself, but not dismissing the horror stories too. There's no such thing as a perfect system. I know that when I suffered from pneumonia and I lost like 60 pounds, I went to UIC. I didn't know I could go to the VA at the time. Thankfully, when I was at Costco, they were able to, my insurance was able to pay off some of the bill. If I went to the VA, I don't think I'd have that problem. But, when I was at the hospital, just a couple of weeks ago, I was not only taken care of, they made sure I had an IV, everything. They were doing my vitals, doing the whole CAT scan. I mean, I was basically getting the whole body takedown. Okay. Now that's going to cost like I'm being generous, maybe $20,000 for an uninsured American. I'm being generous as that number. That's a low number, but it's probably a lot higher. Please expect that. But I was given the whole shebang. Okay. And not to mention, I was being a little piggish. I got lunch and dinner there too, because why not? But I mean that all of that costs money. I was given good quality care. I had people come in, check up on me, doctors and nurses, check my vitals, check my body and everything. And when I went to the VA for a follow-up checkup, again, perfectly fine. I think the idea of it works good. The question is, JB, the funding and foundation of it and the assurances from our government and state officials, federal and state, for its insurance quality and ensuring that every single American is given the care that they properly deserve as a person, be they fully abled or disabled, old or young. They deserve that quality. And again, the thing that comes up here is financially, if it's going to be properly served, 2, that it's going to be secure, and 3, there's going to be politicians fighting tooth and nail to ensure that their state is going to stand out. And also, more importantly, our country is going to stand out in comparison to other countries as well. But unfortunately, when you look at our healthcare system, you have one of the leading causes of bankruptcy. So while I do like the VA system, at least for how it's treated me, the VA system, I mean, again, services are being cut and it should be getting more services. There should be congressmen and women right now fighting for that. But I don't see them fighting for that. I see them taking APAC money. I see them taking big pharma and healthcare insurance money. I see them doing that, and they're not helping out veterans. They're not. And I speak of this as a veteran. Where is the help? I mean, you're more than happy to send fighter pilots over there to bomb Iran. But what happens when those fighter pilots are done? Because remember, everyone has to come home sooner or later, right? Be it 4 years or 20 years of service. How's that veteran going to be treated? Well, newsflash, the government don't care. And the ancient Romans, why no one was taking up a spear to defend Rome as soon as the barbarians were at the gate. I mean, it comes down to the point of where, I think, was it History of the World Part 2 or something, where they say, you have the scene where the two guys say, hey, do you care if the Roman Empire falls? And like, nah, I don't give a crap if the empire falls. And exactly, you're going to have that same conversation here too. And even in antiquity too, where you had, again, not to upset the historians in the chat, I'm just giving a small Cliff Note version of it. But, there were moments where you had even Roman veterans in their own community saying, like, don't go in to their own family members. Don't go in. This is at the fall of when the Western part of the empire was beginning to fall, because they were like, what's the incentive? Except nothing but forever wars and emperors and politicians that don't care about you. And we are seeing it again, only except this time we have memes. And the meme is that the government doesn't care. They're willing to risk World War III, but they don't care about you. And if they don't care about the veteran, you better believe that they don't care about you, the people.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you very much for that.
And also, you have Jimmy Tessel right here is writing Rambo. Like, that movie, when I watched it again, like the first Rambo movie, I was like, oh, as a kid, you're like, action. But when you see it now as an adult, it's like, oh, Rambo was just walking down the street with his sea bag wanting to go home, and he's harassed by that sheriff. He wasn't doing anything. He was just wanting to go home, coming back from Vietnam. He was trained to be a killer, of course, but he just wanted to come home. He just was minding his own business.
Mhm. Wow. Yeah, thank you very much for that as well. Let's continue.
I would harp on that myself. You go downtown, you're right. You tear up an ankle or something, you go downtown. Okay, we need to get you an MRI. Okay. All right. Somebody will give you a call at some point to schedule the MRI. You get the call in a few days, and we got an opening on August 3rd, and okay, that's 3 weeks away. Well, that's when we have the next opening for an MRI. All right. Where in the VA, you're right. You need an MRI. They're on the computer, on the phone, and sometimes same day, you can literally walk down the hallway or limp down the hallway if you tore up your ankle, and you're getting your MRI, and your doctor has the results that afternoon, and then he or she's on the phone with you saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to need to do this, we're going to need to do that." It's that quick, and that's what I really, as Jim talked about, that's what I really like. Now,
So this reminds me of what a lot of people who have visited other countries or who live in other countries, especially a lot of expats, they have experienced in universal with nationalized healthcare in their country, is that they don't even have to use another insurance. The fact that the healthcare is nationalized, that it means that things happen a lot faster. And one of the biggest issues, especially, and you talked about this just a few minutes ago, is that there is the VA, people complain about the VA because it's really being purposefully made less efficient by some politicians because they want to privatize it. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And so therefore, when it comes to actually getting your services from the VA, it doesn't work out as well because it is not as well funded. I actually have a friend and comrade. She actually is a physician with the VA, and the VA has actually been on a hiring freeze for a few years now. And so they still won't hire more people. And in fact, they're actually laying people off, especially with the Trump regime. And with the Biden regime, they had a hiring freeze. And so it just goes to show that even though they do need more personnel at the VA, they're not willing to fulfill that. And they're actually wanting veterans to go outside of the VA, really to use private insurance, to use private companies in order to be able to get more money to the insurance companies, to give more money to private healthcare providers so that they can make more money, because they're the ones who lobby or donate to these politicians so that they can make more money.
Yeah. And it's very tragic. It's very tragic indeed. I know that many of you in the audience might know or had someone who served. I don't know how I would have a conversation with my own father, who was a Marine. All right. He died before I was born. Car accident. Drunk driver hit his car, and that was his end. I wish I would have known him. He served in Vietnam, and he spoke of only two things only once to my mother. All right. He only spoke about it once. He was there when things went down during the Tet Offense. And then when he came home, he burned his uniform. He could not stand what he saw. He saw a lot of his brothers die, and he could not take it. It was pretty rough. So he was in it, and he only spoke about it once. I don't know how he'd feel about me going in. Maybe he'd slap me upside the head. I don't know. I don't know how him and I would be talking, but when you talk about hiring freezes, yes, we talked about it on Hardlands Media. Even back when we were on radio, I even remember that. I think it was Daniel who did a story about this. Like, hey, kid, I got a story to tell you here. And, I remember we were on the radio. Simpler days, better days that I do miss. The innocent days, 2017, 2018. Innocent years, my God. But no, it's still the same. And even under Biden, where, the latte drinking liberals were at brunch. there's a hiring freeze. And now under Trump, who's more than happy to bomb Iran, well, along with Israel, but hiring freeze, hiring freeze, hiring freeze. So, and that means our veterans aren't getting quality care. And that tells me that this administration and even our senators and politicians don't seem to have an incentive or an agenda to rectify that error. Well, why not end these wars? I mean, we're able to fund, all this money going to Israel and Ukraine. I'm wondering what we have to do now. I think it's now everyone's social responsibility to rename your neighborhood or state into Israel and Ukraine, and boom, you're going to get that money. That's it. All right. Now, just to avoid confusion, we'll have Ukraine 1 and Ukraine 2 in different parts. Like, we got a whole bunch of numbers and stuff. It'll be a fun little project that we could do together as one big country. But if the fact that there's no agenda at front and center, not only for American healthcare, but for the fact that there's nothing for even our veterans too. And, I've been told by a couple people, oh, Kit, maybe you should run for office. Well, hey, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I mean, I would love to, but this is Illinois we're talking about. And in Illinois, votes do disappear, and you would need a lot of money. And I do mean a lot of money to deal with the Democrat machine. And running as an independent, yeah, well, I'm better off. The Joker burning his money in the Dark Knight was more efficient than spending it in Cook County. I'm not trying to dismiss anyone. I got nothing but love for the people showing me love here. And believe you me, this community has shown me nothing but love. It is sickening that we have a country where these politicians who have gold-plated healthcare denied us, especially the squad, those 15 congressmen and women, denied us and even refused to fight for forced to vote. I know that you guys talked about forced. Hell, I even remember when RBN way early on in 2021 for March for Medicare for All, you and Rome, JB, you and Rome were on site like, hey, where's everybody else who's been dismissing us? We got a whole crowd here. And I remember that video. It was a great video. It was a great turnout, not only online, but personally too, talking about the need for the March for Medicare for All. And these politicians who ran on it didn't show up. And they wonder why their numbers and our poll numbers are falling, which is why I say to everyone for the Fight the Oligarchy tour, don't get stuck in this. Don't breathe the hopium copium, because if they're not going to show up when we need them, when they have the presidency, what makes you think they're going to show up now? I mean, because what, Trump? Because sooner or later, Trump's going to be bye-bye. He's going to be gone. We just got to live with him for another 4 years. And then if we don't get ourselves nuked, and then we have the whole presidential race all over again. If a Democrat gets in, will that Democrat fight for you? Are you sure about that? How certain are you?
Mm-hmm. Very great points. Very great points. So I'm not going to play the entire video due to the sake of time, but we covered about half of it. But I'm telling you right now, it's important to know the difference between these two. And this also brings me to my final question regarding this. So since we're talking about healthcare for all, which would be more advantageous for Americans? Because would it be Medicare for all, Tricare for all, or VA for all? Like, which would work out best, in your opinion, for all Americans and taking away the means testing?
All right. I don't know what kind of system we would need, because we've been never given that chance to actually be treated with dignity.
True.
All right. Trying to find a middle ground here. I mean, if we were to have a system, because so many people, remember, corporate media has hypnotized a lot of people thinking like what we got works and it's really good. And I've been seeing more and more people wake up to the fact, even those on the right, and I'm more than happy to work with people on the right and the left everywhere, saying like, no, our system sucks. Maybe, I don't know, to ease things up, we have like maybe a Tricare, Medicare for all kind of thing in which people are treated with dignity. There's been a lot of talk about Australia's healthcare system. If we don't want to go for all the way in, then look, Australia still has its private healthcare insurance industry. If people want to drink that Coca-Cola slop and think like that's fine, but at least Australia also does have a public option too. I mean, I'm being generous here because you're dealing with people, especially in the United States, where being treated with dignity is now a foreign concept. actually not worrying about going into debt or being enslaved. All right, being enslaved by debt. And I know I should be careful with that word, but in being enslaved with debt, yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, being treated with dignity in this country is a foreign concept. Having somebody say that it's okay, you don't have to worry about going into debt. Saying someone it's okay, don't worry, you're going to walk out of here just fine. It's okay, because when a doctor sees somebody sick, what does the doctor do? What does the nurse do? See somebody sick, you help.
Yeah.
Sick, help. How many people are not with us here today because of easily treatable diseases or ailments? How many people out here right now are not here with us because of something that was understandably out of their control? How many people have lost their homes because of one bad day? That's America. Oh, we have the potential to be so great. But one bad day, you lose it all. And people wonder why people are snapping. People wonder why somebody would self-delete. Now, I get it. Maybe with some terminal cancer. Hey, you know, if somebody chooses to go out their own way, the way they want, fine. But what if that cancer is treatable, but they can't afford it? And there's a chance for them to stay alive. And in another country, they wouldn't be having this conversation. You know, I see that meme with Walter White where, like, you know, in an alternate universe, oh, don't worry. You don't have to worry about being in debt. You got the system to take care of you. Maybe we would not have a Heisenberg. You see, it's easy for these politicians to say, oh, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Say that when you have no bootstraps, Mr. Politician.
Woo, boy. I'm going to have to clip that one. Thank you so much.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, and I'll be honest with you, you know, a system of dignity. It's like, what's that? That's like asking a millennial about a savings account. Savings account. What the hell is that? You know, it's like save all my money.
A vacation, a 2-week vacation. What's that? A 2-week vacation.
What is this? Vacation? Vacation?
A vacation is when you decide to take a break from work and decide to enjoy time with loved ones. Sometimes you would take a vacation at home, which is called a staycation, or you have a vacation going outside of your set home, or an international vacation where you go to another country and enjoy its culture and music and people. Webster's Dictionary. I hope somebody animates that, but I gotta pay somebody to animate that.
I would love to see somebody do that, especially if they can do like an animation of you saying that. Oh,
are you kidding me? I've done voice acting work. You know, I mean, I'm the only one here to say that they had their head crushed by Angron, the Primarch of the World Eaters.
Yeah, I've always wanted to get into voice acting too myself.
It's fun. It's fun. There's a project where I'm a main character. It hasn't been finished yet, but it's going to be coming out soon. So there you go.
Can't wait.
I can't wait for these. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So there you go.
Yeah. So, Kit, you could please let everybody know where they can find you and what you got coming up next.
All right. Well, fantastic. First of all, Hard Lens Media. You know, I thought I had a day off over the weekend, but we are live every Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. Central on YouTube, Rumble, X, and Kick. So we are live on those 4 platforms. You can support us via Patreon. We also are on X. X. We're also on Instagram and on Facebook, and we have a Substack as well. In the link to in our videos, you can find a link to our GoFundMe. You could also find our link tree. That way, you can help us out. So, any support or solidarity is greatly appreciated. I know it's asking a lot, especially in this day and age. But anything does help. 9 a.m. Central is when we go live. We also have a TV show on Can TV, trying to get more guests on the show so I could put more stuff on the TV show. So there you go. But also, what we have coming up, we're going to have our morning show, our 2-hour morning show, which is something I always do. And I just want to say we finally crossed the Rubicon after it seems like YouTube was putting the jackboot on my neck. We're at 57,000 subscribers now, which is a miracle upon miracles. And again, also, oh, hey, Patreon. There you go. Loving that indeed. But we're also on Rumble, which I got to say, we did our live stream there, which is now at 115,000 views, which that is like, holy cow. I don't know how that happened. Yes, that was Hey, JB, listen, speaking of dignity, after being slapped around by YouTube and being in YouTube jail for so long, you know, I forgot what it's like to be treated with dignity. You know, I'm a social media felon. I've been canceled so many times. It's like, what? I know. I was surprised that live stream got to 115,000. I don't even know. Don't ask me how that happened. I don't even know now. So there you go. But always happy to be doing all the good work. Thank you for sharing my YouTube channel, and thank you for letting me be on your show. And I hope to collaborate with you in the future. And for everyone else paying attention to this, I know JB's got to do the rest of his show, but JB, when the last time he was on my show, gave me some words of encouragement. And this man here that you guys see is one of the rare ones in this media space. He needs to get more subscribers, and he needs to get more views, because he's one of the positive voices in this independent media sphere. And it means a lot, because I've seen his work and he's been consistent on it. And in it, yes, he's being critical of the system, but he's also telling you that all of you need to get involved too and fight back. Now, I don't stick my neck out for a lot of people, but when I see a good person stepping up and fighting for others, it enrages me that he's not getting thousands or 10,000 views, because there are people who deserve it. And JB, not only were you facing off against, a physical ailment against you, you rose above it live, and we followed your journey. And you know what I have to say to you on this journey? You're not done yet. You're not defeated. So I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad that you're pushing forward. And every day that I see you go live, I know there's a real one. So no matter what happens, JB's one of the dauntless few in my book.
Wow. Gonna make my eyes start leaking here. Thank you so very much.
Don't you cry on me.
I promise I won't. But
all right.
I'll probably do it after the stream though. But good to see you, Kit. It was always an honor and a pleasure and a privilege to have you, man. Thank you so much.
Always. And I'm still here too. And now I'm going to make myself some dinner.
All right. Eat a piece for me, will you?
Sure thing. I'm making some fish and sweet potato, and I'm going to have some vegetables too, a little chopped up vegetables. So there you go. Got to treat myself nice, and then I got to water my tomatoes too. And hopefully, if bacon isn't like $10,000, I'll have some BLTs over the summer.
Nice. All right. Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
All right. Much love. Take care.
Bye. All right, everybody. Do me a favor. You know what to do. Go ahead and like the stream. Thank you very much. All right. Let's get in to the chats. So I just checked the Rumble chat. We are good there. So let's go into the rest of the chat. All right. Thank you so very much. That was a great conversation. And I think it's really important, especially that we talk to people who have these experiences, especially with the VA healthcare and Tricare and things like that. Because a lot of times, I think it's important that we focus on trying to do what's best for Americans and see what system works best for us. And so while Medicare is great, a lot of people don't know that you would have to change Medicare to a system more comprehensive. So instead of it paying 80% of your healthcare costs, it would need to pay 100%, right? It would need to cover things like dental, vision, long-term care, mental health, things like that. And so, it doesn't do that right now. And so I'm a fan of a fully nationalized healthcare system. I don't think we need health insurances at all. I don't think we even need a government health insurance. We just need to have a nationalized healthcare system, because ultimately, then if you're on this homeland, sick help. But that's my opinion. But yeah, thank you very much to everybody. Let's get into the comments in the chat real quick, and then we'll move on to our next subject. Let me see here. Let me see. All right. Chris says most vets are the ones caught in the middle of the nonsense. There are many who care about the state of affairs. It's the ones who want to push the empire's BS who are concerning. Absolutely, yeah. Let me see. Roger asks, VA, no dental? That's an unfortunate thing. Yep. All right. And then Kit was just here in the chat. So good to see him here. Jacqueline says, you get dressed up in a pimp suit, Kit, you'll have FBI women knocking at your door. That's funny. Oh, man. Yeah, this is true. Rondo says it's stupid how they delineate healthcare financing. Like as if your teeth and your oral health is not part of your overall health. That is, it boggles my mind how we separate, like how we separate our eyes from the rest of our body. What? It doesn't make any sense. Oh my goodness. Eliana says, I really like Butch Ware. Thank you very much. Is that PR? Is that Puerto Rico? I can't see because it just says PR. But thank you very much. Let me see. Sean Miller says that's not people's experience with the VA. I've heard they're right. Unfortunately, for some, it is not as good as it should be. But that's because of the cutting of the funding too. Oh yeah, Rondo says when I worked in healthcare industry almost 20 years ago, Tricare patients got a different level of care because in my experience, Tricare paid out without unnecessary red tape. Yeah, because it's like, oh, we need this test. All right, cool, go give it. And that was it, right? Whereas you have these private health insurance companies, oh, they need this. Do they really need it? I don't know. You know, that's a little expensive. Maybe we should do this cheaper test, or don't do the test at all. Here's something else that you can do, even though it's cheaper, but the physicians are like, but they need this test or they need this procedure. And then, you know, private health insurance is like, but do they really though? And then the person ends up getting worse. And then the health insurance go, all right, okay. Maybe we were wrong. All right, now you can give them that. But then by the time they actually get it, they're you know, the healthcare they need is, you know, it's beyond that now. Jacqueline says, do the patients in the U.S. have to go to special clinics or hospitals to access VA or Tricare health? So for VA, you have to go to a special hospital. There's VA hospitals. There's VA facilities. For Tricare, from what I can tell, you can go to pretty much anything outside of the VA, which is basically private. It could be private or nonprofit healthcare facilities. It's just basically VA is a hospital system, versus Tricare is basically a health insurance. Sula says, I had Tricare in the 90s and loved it. It covered my dental back then. Can't remember if it covered eyeglasses or not, though. Thank you very much for that, Sula Moon. Let me see. Edward says, see, the government underfunded the VA on purpose so that the profit healthcare providers can say, see, government healthcare does not work. Therefore, it no longer becomes a benefit for veterans. That's what they do. Black Unit Griffin's giving a wave hello. Good to see you. Let me see. We also have Eric T. Red coming in. Oh, Eric T. Red coming in saying hi all. Good to see you, Eric. Also friend to the channel. All right. Thank you so very much. And Eric also continues and says, demand United States National Health Service. Yes, that's what I would like. All right. Oh, new Substack. The problem with Zoran Mamdani. Ooh, I'm gonna have to take a look at that later. All right. Yep. Let me see. Just trying to make sure I get to other people who haven't got to highlight yet. Oh, Lee says, yes, Jaybefaunt has a heart of gold and much needed courage that is required of truth tellers in these times. Thank you so much, Lee. That's very kind of you. Appreciate it. Let me see. And then you got a thanks from Wadi. Thank you very much. We have Martin the Martian laughing. Good to see you. All right. And Dana. Good to see you, Dana. Dana, by the way, thank you for you be posting a lot of information and it's deeply appreciated. Dana says, I worked as a physician for the VA for years and we were always short staffed and had so much red tape. Oh man. Whew. I know a lot of physicians and medical staff, nursing staff, they got some stories to tell. Yep. And Edward says, don't forget about those HMOs with having to meet the deductibles before they pay for your services. All right. All right. So let's get to the next one. So what did we cover so far? So we had Butch Ware on, who's running for California governor. So we had that conversation about policies. And then we just finished talking to Kit Cabello of Heartlands Media about the difference between a Tricare for all and a Medicare for all. Which would be best? So that was a very good and thorough conversation. And I cannot wait to hear you guys' perspective for that in the comments once we clip this video. So thank you very much for that. But the next story we're going to be talking about, this one's going to be deep. We're going to be talking about Harvard's slaves. Yes, Harvard, the Ivy League school. We're going to be getting into this. Too many slaves. This one was deep. And we got to talk about it because I got a bone to pick. I got a bone to pick with these Ivy League schools, with these colleges and universities that have been around for 150, 175, 200 years. And namely, that bone to pick with them is that they engaged in chattel slavery of our ancestors. It is no surprise that in this country, that these institutions that have lasted for decades upon decades and, upwards of, a couple centuries, that they have deep ties and involvement with one of the biggest stains on the history of these United States. But it gets even worse as they seemingly try to rectify the wrongs, but once they're faced with the magnitude of how bad they are, they cower and they try to run away. So let's get into this. This is actually an article that I saw out of The Guardian, and let's get into this. This is going to be uncomfortable, but we got to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. All right, look, Harvard, step to the front, please. Let's go. So it says Harvard hired a researcher to uncover its ties to slavery. He says the results cost him his job. Quote, we found too many slaves. The blurb says when the extent of the university's involvement with slavery was unearthed, a scholar tracking descendants of enslaved workers was suddenly fired. Yes, fired. So we're going to move to this one. U.S. universities and the legacy of slavery. It says, though it contradicts the common perception of colonial New England, enslaved people were brought to work in northern cities in the north as well. In her book, New England Bound, the historian Wendy Warren records the remarks of one European traveler who noted in 1687 that there was not a house in Boston, however small may be its means, that has not one or two enslaved people. Just to stop there. Slaves were considered property. They weren't considered people, they were considered property. That being said, it sounds like in the 17th century that slaves were as abundant as having multiple televisions in your home. Like you could throw a rock and be like, and at a person and be like, okay, how many TVs you got in your house? And you're pretty much going to say they have at least two, one in the bedroom and one in the living room. Right? Some people have multiple TVs in their homes, and that's not considered unusual. So from this account basically means that even the houses with little means, meaning the people who were at the lowest rungs of the income ladder at the time, even had slaves. And we're talking about a northern state. Meanwhile, one of the largest slave-holding states back then was Rhode Island. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. A lot of slaves came through Rhode Island. So it just shows how big of an institution chattel slavery was here in these United States. Let's continue on. As the country's oldest and wealthiest university, Harvard's history is inextricable from the history of the transatlantic slavery. The enslaved labored in campus buildings. University presidents and professors owned people forced into bondage, and the school's wealth grew through a circle of donors intimately connected to the plantation system in the Caribbean, the American South, and the trafficking of enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. So, the school's wealth grew through donors connected to chattel slavery. Meaning, how did those donors get rich? So that was blood money that was given. The blood of slaves, the descendants of freedmen like myself. You mean to tell me one of, if not the most prestigious private institution in this country got its wealth off of my ancestors? Our ancestors, those of us who are Black American freedmen. That's fucked up. It is. Let's continue on. Says Harvard began informally to research its relationship into slavery as early as 2007, when the history professor Sven Beckert started leading undergraduate research seminars, such as the one Chen took. In 2016, then Harvard president Drew Faust acknowledged the university was directly complicit in slavery. And in 2022, the university released an official report, Harvard and the Legacy of Slavery, which detailed its history over more than 100 pages. So these are some chattel slaves that were enslaved The caption says photographs of enslaved people in the US, possibly the oldest known in the country, were discovered in the basement of a Harvard University museum in 1977. That's from the Bettman Archive. These are ancestors. Harvard is not the only academic institution with this burden. Currently, more than 100 universities across the world are investigating their ties to slavery, the vast majority of which are in the US. A small subset of the universities researching their ties to slavery, approximately 5, have committed to conducting genealogical research and identifying living descendants. Religious denominations such as the Episcopal Church and the Evangelical Lutheran Church in more than a dozen cities and 4 states have also began researching their legacies of slavery. You heard that right. The churches that actually have involvement with slavery. It wasn't just, oh, well, they switched out the Bible so that they can have a slave Bible so they won't learn about liberation. Oh, the churches even engaged in chattel slavery. Churches. Are you mad yet? Are you mad yet? Because this is why, partially why, one of the primary religions of Black Americans today is Christianity. Why do you think that is? There you go. Let's continue. The California State Reparations Task Force published a 1,000-page report 2 years ago, and the state legislators have been developing and passing reparations-related initiatives. Says The Guardian, founded in 1821 in Manchester, England, began its own process in 2020 when its sole owner, the Scott Trust, commissioned independent academic researchers to uncover its links to transatlantic slavery. It revealed that the newspaper's founder, John Edward Tyler, and 9 out of 11 of his financial backers had direct ties mainly through Manchester's cotton industry. In 2023, Scott Trust apologized for his role in transatlantic slavery and committed to a 10-year restorative justice program with millions earmarked for descendant communities. That year, The Guardian also launched an ongoing series called Cotton Capital, which explores the legacy of slavery globally. So even the website of the company on which we're reading this from had involvements in chattel slavery. Even media outlets. Makes me wonder about the New York Times, Washington Post, Chicago sometimes. You know, Orlando Sentinel, Miami Herald, Tampa Bay Times. Makes me wonder if they had any also involvements in chattel slavery too. I'm just asking. It says in 2022, Harvard report included a list of recommendations by the Presidential Committee. Develop educational partnerships with historically Black colleges and universities, create a public memorial, and perhaps most conscientiously, identify living descendants of people enslaved by university staff, leaders, and faculty. The announcement was accompanied by a $100 million endowment for implementation. So, it says a source of guilt and shame for Harvard. So it talks about how it says, when I visited Cellini in the archives of the Harvard Business School in the mid-February, he was bent over a 19th century ledger book, trained on a set of records with a magnifying glass. He's a trained attorney and tech entrepreneur. Through jovial and quick to joke, he becomes stoic when speaking about his research. He said an independent project in 2015 at Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., to locate the descendants of 272 enslaved people by Jesuit leaders in the mid-1800s to raise money for the university. Locate the descendants of 272 enslaved people sold by Jesuit leaders in the mid-1800s. So even the Jesuits also were involved in chattel slavery. Whoo, boy, this is deep. This is deep. It says Cellini said he was driven by a sense of moral outrage upon learning about the sale, as well as the curiosity to see what he could find. Along with 10 other researchers, they would eventually locate more than 10,000 direct descendants. Cellini's effort, called the Georgetown Memory Project, remains independent, although the university has given preferential consideration during the admissions process to descendants and created a reconciliation fund for their benefit. So we all know that they have, this, they have found a lot of them. But here's the point that I really want to hit home on. Because I'm going to say this, and I mean this with the most sincerity. Harvard ain't shit. And we're going to find out why. Let's take a look at this. When he started the research, Harvard had already identified the names of 70 people that had been enslaved with ties to the university. Over the course of the past 3 years, working alongside American ancestors, the country's preeminent genealogical institute, Cellini and his researchers have identified more than 900 people that have been enslaved by university affiliates, faculty, staff, and people in leadership positions, and nearly 500 of their direct living descendants. It wasn't long after that work began to pick up steam that Cellini started running into trouble. In March of 2023, he said that he was asked to meet with the project's executive director, Roshana Moore Evans, and the Harvard staff member overseeing the initiative, the public health professor and vice provost for special projects, Sarah Blake. These informal meetings were held in a boardroom in the Student Center, a tall glass building overlooking the gates of Harvard Yard. It was there and by during extended phone calls that Cellini claims he was told repeatedly by Blake not to find too many descendants. Quote, at one point, the fear was expressed that if we found too many descendants, it would bankrupt the university. That sounds like a Harvard problem. That ain't my problem. Y'all shouldn't haven't engaged in chattel slavery. Y'all should have saw the consequences down the line and not engaged. And yet you did, though. All these billions of dollars of endowments, and you mean to tell me that you guys have had so many slaves that it would bankrupt Harvard, bankrupt them. And now you guys are like, whoa, stop. Stop finding too many victims. Let's continue on. Cellini told Blake that it was ludicrous, he said. What was he supposed to falsify the evidence, to destroy it, to ignore it? I asked for guidance, and the answer was that she didn't know, he said. But we shouldn't report too many descendants. Blake denies this. The university never issued a directive to him to limit the number of direct descendants that could be identified through the work, she told The Guardian. Moore Evans declined to comment on the meetings, of course. In the process of trying to get additional funding for the project, arguing that the amount of work had increased tenfold because of all the additional names that were being uncovered. Cellini met with the finance director for the president's office, Patricia Harrington, this past fall. Harrington wouldn't give him a clear answer about his funding request, telling him, unfortunately, you keep finding more slaves, he said, and that every new person is a source of guilt and shame for Harvard. A spokesperson for the university said any assertion that Patricia Harrington disparaged the work of the Legacy of Slavery Initiative, including the Senate research, is false. Even though Cellini was eventually given a budget for 2025, albeit a fraction of what he asked for, the university would soon halt his work entirely. So therefore, there's the smoking gun. There it is. And the fact is that they realized how much shit they were involved in, and they were like, oh, wait. We knew it was bad. We knew it was bad, but we didn't know that it was this bad. And now we have to stop. We have to stop finding victims of ours. This is basically what it is. We have to stop finding victims of ours because now we have to compensate the descendants of all these victims, and we can't do it. But that's the sin of your past presidents and people who are in the leadership of Harvard. They sentenced Harvard to bankruptcy because of clinging to an institution, a disgusting institution. And you didn't have the foresight, the forethought to think maybe this institution would go away. Maybe the descendants of these people would come back with their hands out and go, hey, you guys did this to us. We need that debt owed. And now you're sitting there in the red, morally and literally in the red, because you decided to allow chattel slavery to be done in your institution. And now, because you're doing the right thing, you discover how much damage you did, and now you want to stop doing the right thing. You want to halt it. You want to say, we can't keep doing the right thing because it's going to cost us. You should have thought about that 200 years ago. You should have thought about it, but you didn't. The United States government should have thought about it. The states should have thought about it. Aetna should have thought about it. Wells Fargo should have thought about it, but you didn't think about it because you were so fucking greedy that what you did was you allowed chattel slavery to take place. And now, because you put the can down the road over and over and over, and now guess what? Guess what happens when you keep kicking the can down the road? It ticks up every single year. And guess what? Now you're in the trillions, if not quadrillions, owed to descendants of chattel slavery. Congratulations. You played yourself. You played yourself. And here's the thing. Paying us back for what our descendants have went through, for what you've done to them, that's actually justice. But you don't even want to implement it. Even though it's the right thing to do, you don't want to do it now. You don't want to do it. And you guys want, and the people who are in the upper echelons of these institutions want to keep their millions that they're getting. The shareholders of these companies want to keep their dividend checks going, even though those dividend checks are really just stolen money that you guys have that should be going to freedmen. That is stolen surplus labor that you have taken. And every dime that you get and you spend on your yachts is stealing from the people whose blood, sweat, and tears built this nation. And any wonder why people around the world, including many of my descendants, curse this country. And now when you're faced with doing the right thing, you want to turn it around and go back the other direction. Because you realized, you know what? Maybe this wasn't a good idea. Even though it's the right thing to do. We found too many slaves. Oh, you realize your shit actually stinks, huh? You realize how bad it stinks. You're going to have to sit with that, Harvard, as well as all the other institutions, whether they be educational, financial, or government institutions. You're all going to have to sit with it. And you're going to have to, look, it's going to hurt, but you're going to have to pay up. And all the conservatives are like, oh, well, you shouldn't be getting into debt. You should have thought about that before you signed that contract. Let's apply that to these institutions and the federal government. They shouldn't have done it too. But now they're on the hook. Fortunately for the federal government, they can actually print their own money, so they actually can pay it. So where's that check? Oh, but you rather give money to Israel. You rather give money to Ukraine. You rather give money to Big Pharma. You rather give money to the fossil fuel corporations. You rather give money to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Harlan Crow and Robert Kraft. You rather give all this money to these people who are ruining our planet day in and day out. But to the people who have suffered some of the original sins of this country, besides the Native Americans, you guys are like, nah, we don't want to give it. How this country begins is how this country goes out. How this empire begins is how this empire ends. This goes into some people who discovered that they were descendants of slaves that were utilized by Harvard. Going back to our first president, says that the Longfellow House, Cuba, met and married a man named Tony, originally from Jamaica, who was also enslaved in the Vassals. They had 6 children, including Lloyd's ancestor Darby. During the American Revolutionary War, the Royalist Vassals fled and the house was occupied by George Washington, who used it as his headquarters during the siege of Boston. According to one anecdote, Washington asked the 6-year-old Darby to work for him, who replied he wouldn't work without wages. A 6-year-old was like, you ain't have me work with you without paying me. This is the living quarters of the chattel slaves. Still around. And a lot of people don't really know about this. Since the initiative was announced, actually, let me start here. It says Lloyd's family only contact from the administration. She said it was an icy interaction between Brown and Nagin during a group call, and she has heard nothing since. Naively, I was expecting them to be very welcoming and excited to facilitate discussion. I was hoping they would be warmer, more open to reconcile the long history. The university says it has not begun the outreach process. Since the initiative was announced, the university has given out more than $4 million in grants to local organizations and built out partnerships with historically Black colleges and universities, such as the Bois Scholars Program. This is by far the hardest job I've ever had, Blake, who oversees the Harvard Legacy Slavery Initiative. We are very serious about this, and we are very sincere. So here it is: firings, resignations, and attempts to dilute and delay research. In late January, as he pulled his car into the parking lot of Harvard Business School, prepared to begin another day of research in the university archives, Cellini received a call from an HR person who said he and his team were fired, effective immediately. He was never given an explanation, and the university spokesperson told The Guardian, "We cannot comment on personnel matters." The genealogy research the university announced after Cellini's firing will be continued through an expanded partnership with American Ancestors, the genealogy nonprofit that has already been working closely with Cellini's team. Says the initiative received its first public blow last spring when two university professors on the committee to create a memorial stepped down, saying in a letter obtained by the student newspaper that the university had attempted to dilute and delay the efforts to reach out to descendants. The committee was formed in 2023 based on one of the recommendations of the Harvard and Legacy Slavery Report to honor enslaved people through memorialization. In a statement made to the student newspaper, a spokesperson for the university said it takes seriously the co-chair's concerns about the importance of community involvement and of taking steps that will enable Harvard to deeply engage with descendant communities. A couple weeks later, the executive director of the initiative, Moore Evans, stepped down after reporting conflicts with the university administration to HR. She told The Guardian that she left for personal reasons. Says Cellini suspects the reason he was fired is simple. We found too many slaves. The university was afraid that identified descendants would bankrupt the university, and so each name that his team identified was expensive. The work that he oversaw was just the tip of the iceberg. Estimated that the numbers of living descendants could be about 10,000 people. Cellini had just come back from Antigua a couple days prior, where his team had visited the site of Royale Plantation, as well as 4 other plantations with ties to the university. They also found hundreds of additional names of enslaved people with ties to the university in public archives. Cellini and his team met with Prime Minister and Governor of Antigua, who had expressed interest in working with the university to explore this connection. Cellini said he detailed his meetings with the politicians to the university, but those requests were never answered, and he was fired shortly after. The Antiguan ambassador to the United States, Sir Ronald Sanders, wrote a letter to the university after Cellini was fired, writing that the decision was made without consultation or notification. The country wants real engagement and meaningful action that befits the benefits that Harvard derived. We would not expect a cash payment from Harvard. However, a so well endowed university with expertise in a number of areas could be helpful to our country. It says the cabinet discussed the possibility of Harvard funding ancestry research to identify descendants of Antiguans that were brought to colonial Massachusetts, and seeking the university's assistance in public health matters to address the high rates of chronic illness on the islands. The spokesperson for Harvard said that the letter had been sent in response, but refused to elaborate. The spokesperson for Antigua said, "I have not seen a response and could not confirm if a response had been received." So this is just part and parcel of these institutions. the blood that they spill reaches up to the stratosphere. And now they do not want to pay for the blood that they've spilled, for the harm that they've caused. And this is why this is an empire in decline. Because you do not want to reconcile the transgressions that you have caused. You will reap what you sow. Chickens will come home to roost. Fuck around and find out. And that's what's happening now. And so my hope is that once this system truly changes and is rebuilt, then the debt that is owed will be paid. And the descendants of freedmen can start to truly heal in a country that they built. Go ahead and give a like to the stream. Thank you so very much to everybody who is currently watching. Good to see everybody in here. Let's get into the comments in the chat. Let me check to see if we have any Rumble rants, and then we'll get into the rest of the chat. So it looks like we're good on the Rumble side. Good to see. Good things, good things. Let's get into the regular chat here. Yes. This is from Eric. He said Harvard couldn't handle the truth. No, they couldn't. Absolutely not. And a lot of times they don't want to. And I actually spoke about this. I said this to Eid and I forget the gentleman's name that I was on. They were with the Illinois Green Party. I was a guest on their stream. But one thing I said is that to the people who rail against things like critical race theory, and then they'll say things, especially a lot of white people who rail against things like critical race theory, right? Which is a college course that's taught, a law school course that's taught typically, but people think it's being taught in high school, in middle school, in elementary school, which is not. Even though I actually do think that it should be taught at, appropriate grade levels. But anyways, they say, well, we don't want our kids to feel guilty for being white. And you know what I say to that? If your child feels guilty, let them sit with it. Let them sit with it. People are going to get pissed off at me for saying that, but let them sit with it. You want to know why people in Germany say never again? Because that guilt, and they let that sit with them so that they, in their mind and heart, can go, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. Never again. Why don't we say that about chattel slavery? Why don't we ever say never again? We should, but we don't. In fact, it's still going on. Just look at the 13th Amendment. And then on top of that, it's like, no, you didn't cause this, but you're still benefiting from the system that was established by white supremacy. And what are you doing to dismantle that system that you benefit from that puts people like me and many others at a disadvantage? What are you doing to dismantle that system? If you're just standing by and doing nothing, well, guess what? You're allowing it to continue. And so if you feel guilty about that, well, if the shoe fits, I'm just saying. That's the point. And people are going to have to reconcile with that. People are going to have to confront that. That's how we move past this. That's how we repay for the damages that have been done. Repair is in the word reparations. And so, on top of it, learning about how not just these institutions were involved directly in chattel slavery, but how the government itself was directly involved in it, as well as turn a blind eye to institutions and business owners and slaveholders who continued this disgusting practice. This was legalized child trafficking. This was legalized human trafficking. There was actually laws created to absolve people for beating Black children to death, and it benefited mostly white women who were slaveholders. Yes, all this. So therefore, in order to say never again, you literally have to dismantle the systems that caused it to happen in the first place. But like the old saying goes, to the privileged, equality feels like oppression. You're going to have to work through it. Growth is not comfortable. You're going to have to experience those growing pains, baby. You're going to have to decolonize your brain and get to a point where it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And here's the gag. You ready for it? Some of those ancestors that did some of these horrible things are also our ancestors too, because they're the ones who raped our great-great-grandmother. So therefore, their DNA is also still in us. But we are willing to learn the history, reconcile with it, and say never again amongst ourselves, even though we share some of that same DNA. So if we can do it, so can you. We're descendants of some of these people who have done the heinous things. This is why we all have these last names like Smith, Jones, Brown, Jackson, Fauntleroy. This is why we have these last names. This is why. Because we got some ancestor down the line that's mulatto, that's half Black, half white. What was the half white part from? And so therefore, we have to reconcile that. So if we can reconcile it without getting the benefits of white supremacy, without actually benefiting from the system, then so can you. And you're in more of a position to dismantle the system than we are. Because if we try to dismantle the system, guess what? We get a billy club to the head from the police. You got to dismantle it. Y'all got to be at the forefront. Because you can handle it. The rest of us, way more difficult. Harvard can't handle that truth because that implicates basically their entire history. It bees like that. Rondo says Harvard doesn't want to have to shut its doors. They would have to hand over the keys and the deeds if reparations was seriously considered. That's also true. Edward says the Ivy Leagues got their free labor from Black Americans through slavery. This is why we need reparations. Where he says the Ivy League is more like the Crimey League. Absolutely. E. Touchdown. Then Harvard doesn't deserve to exist. Mm-hmm. If you can't repay back the payments, if you're refusing to actually be a part of facilitating justice, then therefore you don't deserve to exist. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, Chrissy says the amount keeps getting higher and higher, and rightfully so. Yeah. Keeps adding on, adding on, adding on. Yeah, mind-blowing, huh, CBC boy? Yep. Yep. EMK says big facts for colonizers. Yep. Ashley, thank you so very much for being in the chat. Let me see. Auntie Audra says that's why the genealogy work that we are doing is so important. This is also why California Democratic legislators are attempting to sabotage the establishment of the Freedmen's Agency. They rather do a study on how to study genealogy with no start date and no end date. blackaf.net will help you trace lineage and be reparations ready. Interesting. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie. You know, I had to say it. You know, I had to say it. You know what I'm saying? All right. Robbie says there are a lot of institutions in this country that are enmeshed in the same history as that of Harvard. Oh, but Black shouldn't have reparations, right? Right? Rondo says, looking at you, Thomas Jefferson. We know what you did to Sally Hemings. Named my tacos as JB is spitting fire and looking sexy. Thank you so much. All right, so we are about to get into our final story. This one is, oh Lord, this one is going to be interesting. This is, this weekend. Baby, let's talk about it. Let's get into it, y'all. All right. So earlier we talked to Professor Butch Ware, Dr. Ware, about his candidacy for governor. Then we spoke with Kit Cabello, friend to the channel on Hardlands Media, about the differences between a Tricare for all versus a Medicare for all, and which one would work out best for citizens. We went over that. Then we talked about Harvard having, quote unquote, too many slaves. And so we went over that. Now we're getting into this one. We're going to be talking about how the U.S. struck Iran over the weekend, and Donald Trump is crashing out. I like to call him Neocon Man. Yes. A play on words. Holla at your boy. We got to talk about this. Donald Trump has been crashing out over the weekend, and let me tell you something. MAGA done turned on him, and now they're trying to make excuses for him, and now there is a whole lot of happening going on right now. If you guys want to see initially what has been happening, you guys go into RBN. You guys can see the initial stream that Nick, Zoya, and Rome, and then I came in a little bit late, about the United States actually doing a strike on Iran. The United States targeted nuclear facilities in Iran because the United States somehow thinks that Iran's trying to build a nuclear weapon, even though the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, actually said a few months ago that they weren't actually doing it. And then Tulsi Gabbard decided to turn around and renege on it. And guess what? Tulsi just made herself look like a damn fool. So that happened. And so this whole issue, this whole dumpster fire that has been happening really is just been quite the issue. There's a lot to go over. And there have been talks of ceasefires. There have been talks of no ceasefire. Sometimes you don't even know where to begin. But first, I want to start off with, look, let's get into this. So let's start. All right. So shout out to my sister from another Mr. Sabby Sabs for this one. she encapsulates this so very well. She said, Trump bombed Iran. MAGA, come get your dude. You voted against Nikki Haley and for Trump, but you still got Nikki Haley. Darling Nikki. All right, so Donald Trump says we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on one primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. This is not another military. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wait. Beep, back up the motherfucking truck. Let me tell you something. Hang on. How are you going to bomb a sovereign country, their facilities, which they are trying to have nuclear power, not nuclear weapons? Anyway, how are you going to bomb their facilities and then say, oh, but we want peace? That's like throwing the first punch. But, oh, wait, we can't fight. We need peace. Dude, you threw the first punch. No wonder where Israel gets it from. You threw the first punch, and then you're like, oh, we want peace. Why? Because you're afraid you're going to get socked in the jaw? Oh. Does the United States really want that smoke? I'm telling you. It's like they're messing up again. And this is just, it's continuing this crazy notion that Iran is trying to do whatever it can to destroy these United States. And then we have this Bond villain named Benjamin Netanyahu that comes in and claps like a ugly ass seal for Donald Trump. Let's get into this.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
look, if I wanted to see that much fellatio, I'll watch OnlyFans. Dear God, are you kidding me right now? This Benjamin Netanyahu is the worst. This he's not even a man, he's a monster, right? Talking about, thank you to the United States, right? And then shout out to Richard Medhurst, because Richard Medhurst, he's on it, because he brought up a really good point, right? Let me share this with y'all. Richard Medhurst says, remember Trump saying just yesterday that he was going to think on what to do for 2 weeks? One of many examples how the Americans lie and use diplomacy or detente as a tool to deceive, so their acts of violence are more effective. Yeah, because here's the thing. Donald Trump was like, oh yeah, we're going to give them, they got 2 weeks. They're going to do 2 weeks, and then we're going to decide what to do. And then next thing you know, now we're going to hit them. His lies are as bad as his comb over. Dear God. This is who the United States is, man. And then Donald Trump decides to just let it out. Let's take a look. This is from the White House. He says, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and oh yeah, I just read that. But they even tweeted this from the White House. He posted it on Truth Social. Apparently, that's where he does his foreign policy. He talks about it on Truth Social first, and then, well, the White House follows afterwards. And then it gets to the point where a lot of people who were supporters of Donald Trump were calling him out, and rightfully so. Here's Candace Owens saying a full payload of bombs, end quote, followed by, now it's the time for peace, utterly deranged. If we had raised the $100 million Adelson gave him on GoFundMe, maybe he would have kept his promises. Guess we'll never know. And then it's like, okay, so you see what we see. Candace sees what we see. People like Tucker Carlson see what we see. At least we thought so. They were calling him out all weekend. And we were just like, yes, now it's time for everybody to start going up against the duopoly. But of course, some people, they shift and they change things a little bit, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But here's the crew coming to the mic.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
He called Iran the bully of the Middle East. Well, ain't this the chamber pot calling the toilet white? The United States, just like Israel, for them, every accusation is a confession. Just ask the Middle Eastern countries, ask Yemen, ask Lebanon, ask Syria, ask Iraq, ask Afghanistan, ask Kuwait, like ask all these different countries about the United States and who they think they are. And you're calling Iran a bully when they're literally standing up for the Palestinians who civilians are being destroyed by the hundreds of thousands now. And by the way, Israel hasn't stopped murdering Palestinians in Gaza. There's still apartheid happening in the West Bank, and they're still targeting and killing Palestinians in the West Bank where Hamas doesn't even exist. And yeah, he wants to call Iran the bully of the Middle East. See, here's what Donald Trump's trying to do. He's trying to make it so that you hate them with no real concrete reason. And so you support war efforts. So then the military industrial complex will make a shit ton of money by sending our young people abroad to destroy brown people. And that money goes to the people at the top. And by the top, I mean the top of General Dynamics, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, and all those other companies. And then we don't see one red cent. It doesn't happen for any of us working Americans. America First is a facade. They do not stand for America First. They're for billionaires first. It's not even Israel first. Israel is just a tool. It's for the billionaires first. Even billionaires that aren't even American. That's what it's for. Let's let the windbag continue.
For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate.
Hang on, wait a minute. Okay, so if they're seeing death to America, if they are, why would they say it? In the words of many parents across this country, when their kid gets in trouble, what did you do? Let's go back to 1953. Can we go back there? Or can we go a little bit more recent to the Iran-Contra issue? Or can we go to the dealings that our country has had with countries like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan within the last 20 to 25 years? Can we go back on that and see how they were treated? Iran has been on the precipice of having a nuclear weapon since 1995. When the Bond villain himself, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been saying it ever since 1995. Oh, well, Iran, they have a nuclear weapon. They're within 2 weeks of having a nuclear weapon. Then you fast forward to 2001. Iran is 2 weeks, it's just weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Then you fast forward a couple more years. Iran's just a couple of weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. Then a couple of years later, Iran is very, very close. They're very, very close. I'm just telling you, they're close to having a nuclear weapon. Why don't you guys believe me? And then the United States, who the government is like, oh, honey, we believe you. We're going to go after Iran. Meanwhile, the rest of us are looking at Bibi Netanyahu like, didn't you say that the last like 10 times over the last like 20 years? Where is it? That's like somebody pulling a trying to rob you and goes, I have a gun in my pocket. If you don't give me what you got, then I'm gonna pull it out and shoot you. I'm like, you got a gun? Let me see. No, just go, come on, show me. Let me see. Weapons of mass destruction, my ass. I'm telling you right now, these people are deranged, warmongering monsters. We're literally living in a world ran by supervillains. They're not even super though. They're just villains. Jesus Christ, I'm telling you, this country is cooked.
In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen.
Qasem Soleimani was a beloved general in Iran, and he was fighting ISIS. You know, the group that was actually created by the United States. Oh no, did I just say that out loud? Yes, I did. Qasem Soleimani was actually fighting ISIS, and you murdered him. You killed him. You killed somebody that was fighting terrorists. But Donald Trump didn't start any new wars. He damn sure didn't end none either. Anywho.
It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that is the remarks from the Trump regime. So let's continue on. When the United States did this, they thought that they could win in a war, possibly even a protracted war with Iran. But we all know that that is not possible. In fact, there's a professor that actually talks about the logistics and how the United States would not be able to win a war with Iran. Really, it is basically suicide. It's a suicide mission if the United States actually does that. And I shouldn't use that word, but I wanted to convey the heaviness of how ridiculous it would be to go after Iran. Let's get here. So it says U.S. can't win a war in Iran, for one, because it's all effing mountains. Let's get into it.
Now I want to ask you this question. At this point, I think the war has been decided. Who has won the war? America has established air supremacy. It controls the skies. U.S. Navy controls the seas. You have 100,000 U.S. troops in country ready to strike Tehran. The war has been decided. Who has won the war? Obviously, this is a trick question. Obviously, Iran has won the war. Why? Why? What's the problem with this plan? Okay, this is typical American doctrine, shock and awe. This is how they fight wars. But there's a problem with this plan. What is it? Okay, let's go back to traditional military doctrine, okay? In traditional military doctrine, you have three principles, right? Mass forces, avoid encirclement, protect supply lines, okay? These are three things you must absolutely obey if you are going to war, okay? So using traditional military doctrine, explain to me why the United States has lost the war right now. Exactly. First of all, they're encircled, okay? You know why? Because Iran are all mountains. It's a fortress, okay? Meaning that to get these troops into the country, you have to airdrop them, right? But guys, once you're in the country, you can't get them out of the country. You understand? Okay, so that's the first problem. They've been encircled, right? What's the second problem? So they failed to mass forces, okay? Iran is a population of 90 million people. You will need at least 3 to 4 million soldiers to even think about conquering the country. They got 100,000 in this country, okay? And as Jack says, you can't move tanks through mountains. They're not designed for mountain warfare. What are you going to do? Okay? So they can't mass forces, and they've been encircled, and what else is a problem? And this is the biggest problem. Exactly. They cannot be resupplied, okay? They have no supply lines. For them to be resupplied, airplanes have to drop ammunition, food, into the country. But again, Iran is all mountains. So it's very easy for Iranians to shoot down the airplanes. Does that make sense? When you pass through mountains, you can't see what's on the ground. A random guy with a rocket launcher can just shoot down the helicopter, okay? Which is what the Afghans did against the Soviets in the Afghanistan war. And that's why the Soviets lost the war.
So the United States would be cooked if they actually went toe-to-toe with Iran. They'd be cooked. And so for all the liberals also that say, well, this is why we should have gotten Kamala Harris because she would have never did anything like this. You might want to pause for a second there because, you know, videos forever.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
Which foreign country?
So that's a yes, she would take military action against Iran. And also, you know, a lot of times what they'll leave out is like, oh my God, Iran attacked Israel. And it's like Israel attacks first. That happens all the time. Iran counterpunches. You know, it's like, you know, fuck around and find out. And that's what Israel has done. So for anybody who says that Kamala Harris would have never done this, Baby, I got a diamond encrusted bridge over a active volcano to sell you. Big, beautiful real estate. Big, beautiful real estate. Because she definitely would have. And then the denial happens, right? Let's go here. This is all that's happened over the weekend. It's so much has happened over the weekend, guys. So much. This happened over the weekend. Here's the denial that somebody that JD Vance has said. So let's listen to this.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for joining us. The big question is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think the president took this.
Wait, what? Hang on. Let's go back.
War with Iran?
No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think.
You mean the operation to build nuclear power plants? So providing energy to their people is a threat to you? Y'all keep saying they're trying to build nuclear missiles, and yet they haven't. Netanyahu's been saying that for 30 years, and it hasn't happened. And you're trying to tell me that you think that they have nuclear missiles. Meanwhile, your director of national intelligence told you a few months ago that they don't. Tulsi Gabbard told you that they don't. And you're still stuck on that. It's because they really want to go fight Iran. Let me amend my statement. The military-industrial complex wants a war with Iran, and so therefore they are getting their cronies, their lapdogs, like Vice President Eyeliner over here, to say, yeah, they have this weapon that we actually can't confirm that they have, so that we can go to war with them. Because if we sell to the American people that they're a threat, the American people will be on board, and then we can actually have this war, and then the military-industrial complex can make as much money as they possibly can off the backs and the lives of American citizens. That's what he's saying.
I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night. If I could step back a little bit, we have to give an incredible amount of gratitude to the troops who did an amazing thing last night. Think about this, John. They flew thousands of miles away, a 30-hour nonstop flight. They never touched down on the ground, and they dropped a 30,000-pound bomb on a target about the size of a washing machine. No military in the world has the training, the skills, and the equipment to do what these guys did last night. I know the president and I are both very proud of them. And I think what they did was accomplish a very core American national objective.
Hang on. By the way, according to journalist Danny Haifong and many journalists on the ground in Iran, they actually bombed just the entrances of these nuclear facilities, and those facilities have been empty for months, or for a while. They've been empty, and they didn't destroy the inside. They just attacked the entrances. So what really did you do? That's like saying I destroyed the house when I just kicked the door in. JD is a bullshitter. Y'all need to recognize that. If you don't recognize that by now, whatever you're smoking, you must be in La La Land.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapons program. The president's been very clear about this.
They don't want a nuclear weapons program. They don't want one anyway, even though they actually have every justification to have one. They don't even want one. The Ayatollah was like, yeah, no, we don't want one. Just by through ethics and their moral standing, they do not want one, so they're not going to have one. This is why they haven't had one. Netanyahu's been saying this shit for 30 years. He's been lying through his decrepit teeth every single time. And guess what? Now you guys are like, oh, well, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. That's like trying to beat somebody up for trying to eat your shrimp when, number one, they don't like shrimp. Number two, they have a shellfish allergy. Like, what? Why are you beating them up for trying to steal something that they don't want? This is the logic of people like Trump and J.D. Vance and people like Kamala Harris. This is their logic. It don't make no damn sense. But capitalism doesn't make sense. It doesn't. That's the problem. It's really all this is using the blood of American people for money. That's all this is about. This is a salesperson, and they're trying to sell you a war so that you'll go, okay, we won't fight against it. And then guess what? They do the war. Your kids die fighting for the corporations. And then whatever money that they made off of this, they get to run out the back door with the money. And then they give they throw a few bones to people like this salesperson right here. That's what it is.
And thanks to the bravery and competence and skill of our great pilots and everybody who supported this mission, we took a major step forward for that national objective last night.
Mr. Vice.
So that's who J.D. Vance is. This also happened for all the liberal denialists that would say that the Biden administration would never. Oh, they would never. This says the U.S. and Israel practiced during the Biden administration. Source: the U.S. and Israel had practiced this attack in a military exercise about a year ago. A source in Israel with direct knowledge of the matter confirmed to ABC News. The exercise was unprecedented because it war gamed offensive actions against Iranian nuclear capabilities for the first time, according to the source. This was the first plan under Biden administration, according to the source, who said, but we did not think a year ago that this would happen now. This is from ABC News' Matt Gutman. So, yes, they actually were planning on doing this attack a year ago. See, this is the issue. This is why we talk about how both parties, the Democrat and Republican parties, are united. They have bipartisanship in order to screw us over because one sets up the balls and the other one take a shot and does the break. One sets up the pins and then one takes the bowling ball and rolls it down the lane. This is exactly how the both Republican and Democrat parties work. They are workmates. They work in tandem with each other. That's how they operate. They just don't want you to know that. This is perfect examples. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, aka Little Marco. Little Marco. All right, let's go. teeny tiny Marco.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked.
Wait, Marco. Hold up. Wait in the water. Hang on.
Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think
it is relevant, Marco. It is relevant. You want to know why? Because that means that if he's not looking for weaponization, that means there's absolutely no reason why you should be bombing nuclear facilities in Iran when they're just trying to have some nuclear power so that they can power their PS5s. So they can power their flat irons. Well, actually, I don't think that most of them probably need flat irons because their hair is kind of straight. Or they can they can heat. They can use their washers and dryers. And so you say that's irrelevant. No, it is relevant. It's relevant because if they aren't looking to make a nuclear weapon, why are you there in the first place? That's your boy, MAGA. That's one of your boys. Donald Trump picked him, right?
I think that question being asked on the media, that's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they need
key
to build
point
a
in
weapon.
U.S. intelligence assessment. You know
No,
that.
it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
The political decision had not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Marco Rubio, he really is little Marco. He's a boy. He can't even argue right. He can't even come up with a good lie. I know Anthony Blinken was bad, but Marco Rubio, you really take the cake, don't you? Marco Rubio saw Anthony Blinken and was like, ha ha, hold my beer. He's a fucking idiot. God. He was a senator of Florida? Floridians, are you serious?
But
You don't
I'm
know-
asking you
don't
whether
know
the
what you're
order
talking
was
about.
given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain, 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury?
Because you guys are thinking like megalomaniacs, thinking that they're gonna make it. Look, if I have okay, in my cupboard, I got flour, I got cocoa powder, I got eggs, I got milk, I got sugar, I got vanilla extract. I even have a mixer. But does that mean I'm going to make a cake? Because I also have a frying pan in there, right? I also have a baking dish. I also have some veggies and some orzo. And I have some mushrooms. I could be making a frittata. I could be making an omelet. It may not be a cake that I'm making. Just because they got some of the ingredients doesn't make that's exactly what they're making. And yet you are insistent on thinking that they're trying to make a nuclear weapon. Do we look like Boo Boo the Fool to you? Marco, come on, bro.
Why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60%.
That has been confirmed to be false. They actually only have about 3.5% enriched uranium. Where are you getting your intelligence from, Marco?
Enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No.
I mean, it was so what if they did? They can't do space exploration. So what if they did? China does. Hey, what? By the way, if Iran is so dangerous for having a nuclear weapon, why aren't you going after North Korea right now? What happened to Libya when you guys talked Gaddafi out of pursuing his nuclear program? What happened to Gaddafi? What happened to Libya? Isn't it now an open air prison, an open air slave market now because of what you guys did? Iran was watching very closely and they saw, but even still, they still don't want a nuclear weapon. Y'all ain't even trying to go after North Korea. And also, if Israel has a nuke in the region, I mean, wouldn't it be fair that the other countries in the region also have one? I'm not saying that they should be using them because I don't want to die. But the thing is, the problem is like, why is it always rules for thee, but not for me? If the United States wants these countries to get rid of their nukes, then the United States should get rid of its first, and Israel too. Because these other nuclear powers, I don't know of them actually using their nukes on the civilian population, but I do know the United States has. I know the United States is willing to pull the trigger. See the reasoning behind it? They're psychotic.
They're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but that's a question. That's a question of intent. And you know, in the intelligence assessment, that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
But that's also an inaccurate representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Forget about intelligence. What the IAEA knows. They are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium at 60% if you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon? Why are you?
Look, people are going to get mad at me for this, but so what if they do? So what if they do? Oh, you're afraid that Iran's going to be attacking all these different countries? You mean like what the United States has done? But I don't see anybody saying, well, the United States should get rid of their nuclear weapons. I'm saying the United States should get rid of its nuclear weapons first. Be the example that you wish to see in the world, right? Yeah, the United States should get rid of their nukes first. All of them, the entire stockpile. Every single one. Clean out the Department of Energy. Clean it out. By the way, just as people know, the Department of Energy is what oversees the maintenance of our nukes, not the Defense Department. Yeah. That's a little something they don't tell you about. But yes, the United States should be the first. Because if you're the ones that are pushing aggression around the world, or if you're the one that has over 700 military bases around the world with basically missiles and guns pointed at all these other countries, basically holding the world hostage, you should be the one to provide the example by getting rid of your nukes. You're the one who's oppressing the world, so therefore you're the one who has to put your stick down first. But yet they don't want to. So why should Iran do that? Why should North Korea do that? Why should Russia do it? Why should they? How many bases around the world does Iran have? How many bases around the world does North Korea have? How many bases does Russia have around the world? Maybe like what, one that's right near their borders? United States has over 700. 700. And they're encircled around Iran. Even though Iran is not trying to have a nuclear weapon, they have every right to do so, to protect themselves as a deterrent from Western aggression. They have the right. Iran has the right to defend itself. Marco makes me itch.
Why are you developing ICBMs? Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon. They have the delivery mechanisms. They have the enrichment capability. They have the highly enriched uranium that is stored. Yes. That's all we need to see.
Right. Well, and
especially in the hands of a regime that's already involved in terrorism and proxies and all kinds of things around. They are the source of all.
Yes, and no one's disputing. No one's.
Oh, that is rich. Remember I said every accusation is confession? How many Iraqis did Iran kill? Versus how many Iraqis did the United States kill? How many Syrians did the United States kill? How many Yemenis did the United States kill? And by proxy, how many Palestinians did the United States kill? I don't hear about Iran doing all that.
No one's disputing that. I'm not doing that here. And they were censured at the IAEA for that enrichment and for violating their non-proliferation agreements. I was simply asking if we had intelligence that there was an order to weaponize, because you said weaponization ambitions.
Well, we have intelligence that they have everything they need to build a nuclear weapon, and that's more than enough.
Okay.
So with that, let's go to, yes, I know this this video is going on a little bit, but I really wanted to do this. Donald Trump also placed a tweet, well, a post on Truth Social talking about he wants to make Iran great again. So he's using MEGA, make Iran great again, which is complete crazy. Right now, what's going on is that there's a surge in oil prices that's going on right now. CNN just broke news over the weekend that oil prices are going to be surging. So you can thank Donald Trump for that. Oil prices surge in the wake of U.S. strikes in Iran, with U.S. oil futures jumping 3.6% Sunday to about $76.47 per barrel. So you have that as well, because, well, they had to go after them. You know, and then Israel, of course, has continued to attack. They attacked the university, the Shahid Bashinti University in Tehran, which is a public research university. So that was brought to us by The Cradle, as well as this. As well, there's many Israelis that are now trying to flee Israel. It says thousands flee Israel as Western states scramble to extract citizens. So it says as of June 23rd, it says more than 11,000 foreign nationals have been evacuated from Israel as its war on Iran enters a second week, prompting dozens of governments to launch emergency operations under closed airspace and intensifying missile fire. Germany, the UK, Australia, France, and the United States, and several European Union states have mobilized military aircraft, chartered civilian transport, and overland convoys to extract their citizens, many of whom were forced to cross into Jordan, Egypt, and or Azerbaijan by bus or on foot before boarding outbound flights. So yes, the Israelis who are not indigenous to the region are going home. They're going home. Because they actually have someplace to go. Unlike the Palestinians. The Palestinians are literally in their home, being murdered to death. Even people like Megyn Kelly are now calling it out. And by the way, they're saying that there was supposed to be a ceasefire. There was been reports that there is no ceasefire. In fact, Suleiman Ahmad actually shared this post from the Tehran Times because apparently they were like, well, we need a ceasefire. It says Tehran Times, and Fars News says there is no ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran. Iran has not agreed to a ceasefire. Trump is lying again. So this was today. The Tehran Times said that there is no agreement for a ceasefire, right? And so when it comes to the lies that are coming out from the Trump regime, the American regime, it just keeps going. They actually also killed an Iranian scientist named Sadeghi Saber. He was murdered in northern Tehran. You got people like Ali Abnima speaking about what he's seeing on the ground. Says, I'm seeing a couple of rockets in the sky over Jordan. Sirens did not sound, 3 so far. And then he's sharing pictures of rockets in the sky. And this was overnight as well. And Ali Abnima is also from the Electronic Intifada, which is also a great resource, by the way. And so a ceasefire, an apparent ceasefire was violated. And this ceasefire that was violated by Israel, really, because, Israel doesn't know what a ceasefire is. Just ask, Gaza. Let's share this as well, because the ceasefire that was supposedly have happened didn't happen. Justin Trump, Israel is not going to attack Iran. Trump said Israel's not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. And so that didn't happen. And so then this happened. And this was earlier today. Now, Donald Trump, he's talking about how he's not happy. Well, you shouldn't have intervened the way you did, and you should have condemned and stopped Israel, but you didn't. So this is all on him.
But reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it. Okay? I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean. Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
What the hell does CNN? God, this guy is just. Who gives a shit? What's going on in the Middle East, dude? Stay off of CNN.
Violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So basically, they don't know what the hell they're doing. I know what Iran's doing. Iran is like, you're not going to keep doing this against us. You're not going to keep, messing with us. And so Trump is mad about that. Let me share this as well, because look, some people who are part of MAGA are now feeling played by Donald Trump, namely people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's take a look here. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, I spent millions of my own money and traveled the entire country campaigning for President Trump and his MAGA agenda and his promises. And Trump's MAGA agenda included these key promises: no more foreign wars, no more regime change, world peace. And this is what the people voted for. Only 6 months in, and we are back into foreign wars, regime change, and World War III. It feels like a complete bait and switch to please the neocons, warmongers, and military-industrial complex contracts and neocon TV personalities that MAGA hates and who were never Trumpers. After the bombs were dropped, we were told complete success and Iran's nuclear capabilities were totally wiped out. Then it quickly turned into Iran's nuclear facilities partially damaged. And now we don't know where their enriched uranium is. Let's be very clear. My children are 22, 25, and 27. Damn, she's done some hard living. Anyway, I will literally fight anyone for their future. And their future, and their entire generation's future, must be free of America's last foreign wars that provoked terrorist attacks on our homeland, military drafts, and nuclear war. I am fighting for them to have a future where they can afford to buy a home, afford insurance, invest retirement, enjoy life, retain their God-given freedoms, afford to raise a family under their Christian faith. What about other faiths? Not be in debt, safety and security, and not have our own taxpayer-funded government destroy it all. Contrary to brainwashed Democrat boomers think about and protest about, Trump is not a king, MAGA is not a cult, and I can and do have my own opinion. Here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. Y'all believed him. Y'all believed him when he said all these things. Y'all fell for it. Remember what I talked about with Dave Smith, how he fell for it? Y'all fell for it too. See, when we talk about leaving the duopoly, leaving both parties, we meant it. But you guys were looking for a savior, just like the Democrats were looking for a savior. And here you go. You got your savior. Your savior so bad that now he's willing to risk your kids' lives to fight for a supremacist state abroad. Congratulations. You played yourself. See, that's the problem. And the thing is, it's like whenever we try to tell people this, they're like, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. Like I bet you there's people in my chat some people in my chat right now who voted for Trump. They're like, nuh-uh. Look, here. Donald Trump is so stupid. This dude is look, this nigga unhinged. Let me tell you something right now. Let me show you. All right. Owen Jones shared this. This is hilarious. Look, Donald Trump is like, Israel's like a cat, and Donald Trump is like a cat owner. Donald Trump, he said, hang on. Okay. He said, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do, it is a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Now, I want you to think to yourself, picture a blue and white cat that's on the counter, and he takes his paw and he starts pushing the glass, inching it off of the counter. Israel, don't you push that off the counter. Israel, no, Israel. And they're just like, now what, motherfucker? This is basically what's going on. Donald Trump does not have the balls to stand up to Israel. I'm saying it like I see it. He ain't got the balls, the guts, the gonads, the cojones. He ain't got them. Trump is a wuss. He does not have the intestinal fortitude to stand up to Israel because his bosses don't tell him to. His bosses are the big people at the top, like the central bankers and all that. He doesn't have the guts to stand up to his bosses. They grabbed him by the He says it because that's what his bosses do to him. Trump does not have the guts to do it. He never did. He's a salesperson. He's a con man. He's a neo-con man. And this is exactly what we're talking about. And people talk about, oh, well, Donald Trump is going to fight for us. Yeah, I believe that. Donald Trump is going to fight for us just as much as Kamala Harris was. He even talked about how he thinks regime change makes chaos. And this is what some of the commentators are saying. Some of the commentators are unhinged as hell as well. Let's get into this. These people are crazy.
used this past weekend in a precision, perfection way. It was.
It's illegal, unconstitutional.
It is not illegal
of course,
in
it's
any way,
violation
shape,
of
or form.
international
The United
law.
States
You can't violate national sovereignty of a country.
Why?
Why?
We do it all the time.
Oh, I know, because America violates international law all the time.
Who's going to stop us? Who's going to stop us?
Decades.
Who's going to stop us? That's the mindset of imperialists. That's the mindset of colonizers. Who's going to stop us? This is why we talk about that we have to change this empire from the inside. That's why we have to do it. Who's going to stop us? Well, see, that's the issue. A lot of people don't want to talk about, man. What are we going to do? We have to do it. Pull up your sleeves, baby. We got to stop this empire. We got to stop it. We do it all the time. Who's going to stop us? And by the way, because of the ceasefire, at least for now, Iranians are celebrating. Here we go. Just in Israel wanted Iranians to revolt against their government. Instead, the Iranians are now celebrating victory over Israel.
Marzia, we are in Tehran's Enqilab Square. Well, this has been the vantage point for all of the gatherings in support of the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution over the past days. You've seen immense crowds gathering in this venue, and today a jubilant crowd has gathered. The entire square is full of people, residents of the Iranian capital, Tehran, that have come out not just to express their joy at the victory of the Islamic Republic of Iran against the Israeli regime, but also to express their support for leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Now, this is probably even more important than the victory of Iran's Islamic Revolution, because you see people from all walks of life, Marzia, who are here, and they are all chanting the same slogan, that our leader is Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Interestingly, they are also drawing parallel to Imam Ali, the first Shia Imam, whose name was also Ali, and they're saying we are not like the people of the city of Kufa who left him alone. We will stand right behind our leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. This has been the most prominent slogan today, other than, of course, the usual chants of death to America and death to Israel, which have always been there. And today, those chants are even stronger than ever after the unlawful and illegal aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. You can see behind me that there are thousands of people holding the flag of the Islamic Republic of Iran, waving the flags of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also the flags of Hezbollah, as a sign that the resistance front is alive and Iran will continue to support the resistance.
So that's what the Iranians are doing right now. Instead of going against their government, they're saying, great job. You managed to stop Israel. And so this is from Professor Morandi. I want to share this as well, because this is him on the ground. Because as you guys know, Professor Morandi lives in Tehran. This is video directly from him on the ground, what's going on in Tehran. So as we can see here, they are in celebratory mood. But the thing is, like, ultimately, it's because they don't want a protracted war either. The problem is that the United States and Israel will stop at nothing to make excuses, to make the world think that they have something that they don't have, in order for them to be able to make as much money by having this heightened aggression against the Iranians, when the Iranians are just trying to power their homes and businesses. But instead, because they dare to try to have that, then it is a bad thing, right? And the United States and the West really is trying to stop at nothing to stop them from really just existing, unless the United States actually has control over the Iranian government, which the United States has always had the intention of doing. Just go back to 1953 when they overthrew the democratically elected leader Mohammad Mossadegh and replaced him with the Shah. And so this is exactly what the United States is doing. They always do the same gag twice, 3 times, 4 times, and because that's how they operate. And so that's one of the things, one of the reasons why it's so important for us to resist, and try to build dual power, do mutual aid whenever we can, because this government will stop at nothing until it puts basically every single government and every single person under its yoke, so that you become even more subservient, really a slave class to the corporate dictators, to the billionaire owners, to the parasite class. And so this is why it's important for us to not listen to the rhetoric that's coming out of them, out of the regimes of the United States and Israel, because ultimately it's about manufacturing our consent so that they will destroy other people just for a quick buck. That's ultimately what it's about. It's about power and control. We need to resist this quest, this thirst for power and control across our nations, so that we can be able to have a more peaceful, equitable world that honors the sovereignty and self-determination of other nations. And so I just say, as these developments continue, I'll try to stay on top of these things for you guys, but please make sure to, support independent media. Independent media is trying to bring you, the truth of what's really going on the ground, because ultimately we can't, we can't allow this to continue. These lies that are told to continue, because the thing is that they're using these lies to sacrifice our lives for the sake of supremacy and capitalism and imperialism. And so this is one of the reasons why it's important that we take control of our government and create a real democracy that seeks not just peace, but liberation. Go ahead and give a like to the stream. This was a long one. Thank you so very much to everybody for this. Whew. I'm going to have to be doing a whole lot of editing, but this was a big show. So let's go into the comments and then we will head on out. Just going to check to see if I have any Rumble rants. Let's see here. Okay. I'm going to read this. This is funny, because I love my audience. Okay, let me share screen. It's not a Rumble rant, but it's fun. So let's get it. Hempcar says, Iranians also say death to traffic when it's bad. What are they supposed to call us? The great nice guys after we train Savak Nazi torture techniques? Exactly, man. I wave my fist at long waits. I do that too. So yeah, thank you so very much for that, Hempcar. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go into the rest of the chat here. Actually, I think Roger put something in the chat. Hang on. Oh yeah. Oop. Up. Okay. Oh, okay. This is really quick. Okay, let's get into it. Roger. This is the pretty good suggestion. He says, getting ready to drop off, but how about JB and Sabby show on discussion of the Billboard's top 75 R&B singers of all time? That would be a fun show. That would be a pretty fun show. I think I'll have to contact Sab about that one. I would like to do that, but we would have to connect it to like working class issues, exploitation of some of these artists, which I actually just saw a video about some of the top brokest artists in the industry. Let me finagle it, but that's a worthy topic. Thank you so very much for that, Roger. All right, so let's get into this, okay? All right, now let me see. Chris C said, dang, my notification didn't pop up for this, but hey, better late than never. Hope y'all are having a good day. We are. Z, oh my God, Ruler says, how many politicians have turned out exactly like Anakin Skywalker? Yeah, there's a lot that have turned out like Anakin Skywalker. Kime says, laughing my effing A off, says, the amount of Star Wars dorkdom, I'm here for this. Yes, I am a dork. I'm a dork and I love nerds and I love geeks. Geeks and nerds come to the front. All right, Vicky Adams is laughing. Good to see you. Sean Miller says, old ass guys telling their pharmacist, Tricare for life. Tricare for life. All right. Thank you so very much for this. You see. Oh, I don't want to miss this one. Okay. So Chris C says, on this video, it's interesting because look at Vance's facial reaction. It's like he's thinking about something, or what the F is Trump truly doing? Regardless, silence is complicity. Absolutely. Wardy says, Trump is so lame, man. It's like a kid that egged your house and not only doesn't think you'll retaliate, but thinks they blew up your house by doing so. Yep. Mario says they're using nuclear power, not building warheads, but stupid Americans don't understand the difference. They hear nuclear power plants and automatically think everyone is a war hawk like the US government. Yep, unfortunately, every accusation is a confession. Name my tacos. Said, oh, by the way, it is Taco Tuesday. Oh. Somebody send me a couple bucks on PayPal so I can give you some tacos. Our brother's broke. Anyway, it's in the description. How is the entrance exit to an industrial facility the size of a washing machine? Right? Like, wouldn't that mean you have to crawl through? And my big ass certainly can't get through that. See, these people are weird, man. John Kemper, aka Adam Bashir, aka Blue Marble, is in the chat. Good to see you. Sean says, itty bitty snivelly Marco can't handle nothing. I don't even think he can handle his liquor. Right? He looks like one of them dudes that just can't handle his liquor. Oh my goodness. Mouse, good to see you, Mouse. He says, I'm watching silently on the bus because I love JB that much. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so very much, Mouse. Appreciate it. Let me see. All right, so I'm gonna head on out because I gotta go. Anyways, thank you, guys. What? You get the last one of the night. Marco can't handle his Kool-Aid. No, he can't. He can't even handle his Kool-Aid. My goodness. But can Gosanos handle anything? I'm just saying, Anywho, guys, it's time for me to go. It's time for me to head on out. Look, I went way over, but that's because I have 4 different segments, and so we had a lot to talk about. But thank you so very much for tuning in. It has been a wonderful show. Look, guys, I will be. We will have the not Savvy and JB show. We'll have the RBM Roundtable this Thursday. So be sure to tune in for that. And then let me see. And yes, this Friday evening, I'll be doing a special stream with Kevin Ronka of Right Brain Studios. So we'll be doing a special stream. And next Tuesday, I'll be having Vay from Real Orlando, which is Revolutionary Education Action League. We talking about some news stories here on the channel, and we'll be talking about organizing too. So I can't wait to have him on. So be sure to tune in for all of that. And then Sunday is my birthday. So if you guys want to give me an early birthday present, the links are in the description. But yes, Sunday will be my birthday. And so I'll be live for the JB show on RBN. So you guys, I'll be covering news stories then as well. By the way, if you guys would like to contribute to my post-kidney transplant expenses, I also am raising funds for that. You guys can all go to this site on Spot Fund. I am still currently raising funds, and I'm almost to my goal. So thank you very much. I'm going to put the links in the chat as well as in the comment section. But thank you so very much. And yes, I am still, I think I'm like almost 10 weeks out since my transplant surgery. So 2.5 months. So yes, thank you so very much for that. This helps me out to be able to afford medications, getting to and from my appointments, because we got to go like an hour and 45 minutes to Tampa. And then on top of it, you know, other like living expenses, because it's been a really rough month. So thank you so very much to everybody for that as well. So it's time for me to head on out. Look, I was just going to let you guys know I love you guys all for watching. Thank you very much. So what do I always say to y'all, right? Water your plants, water yourselves. Leave the world better than you found it. Smoke them if you got them, drink them if you got them. If you ain't got them, watch something funny because joy is revolutionary, or read because reading is fundamental. And always, always, always pay attention to policy over personality. Focus on policy over personality or party, because I'm telling you right now, policy first, and stay away from the duopoly. Just do not go past go. Do not collect $200. All right. And try to do what you can to get to know your neighbors, as well as build with them. All right. I love you guys for watching. Hey, kisses to all of you. And we're going to do an ending video, and I will see you guys in the next one. You guys have yourself a wonderful night. Bye-bye.
Politics today is pro wrestling. It is pro wrestling. You know what I mean by that? I mean by that the Dems and Republicans in front of you and in front of the public is going to tell how they hate each other and how they're different. But as soon as the cameras go off in the back room, they're all going out to dinner together. They're all buddies cutting deals. It's just like pro wrestling. In front of the public, we hate each other. We're going to rip our heads off. But in the locker room, we're all friends.
Are you suggesting professional wrestling is fake?
I'm suggesting politics is fake.
Thank you so very much for watching my channel, and I deeply appreciate it from the top and bottom of my heart. If you wish to support the channel further, so I can keep bringing you content that is educational and informative, you can become a patron on patreon.com/Jaybefaunt. You can find that link in the pinned comment or in the description below. No matter what you give, you'll be supporting independent media and education that helps make the world better. Thank you so much, and you can watch more of my content here. Mwah. Forehead kisses and have a beautiful day.